peace and quality standard of living. To actualize this vision, we need your support and partnership. Join forces with us to improve rural infrastructure, enhance quality education, boost healthcare, and foster economic growth. Together, we can create opportunities for youth empowerment and employment, promote cultural heritage, and ensure food security and strengthen community social services. How you can support: participate in community engagement forums and collaborate with local government authorities and the Ministry of Community Development. Come, let's build a prosperous Bayelsa together. Courtesy, Honorable Alfred Belamonte Watson, Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Community Development. The impacts of climate change are upon us, necessitating adaptation and resilient building. In Bayelsa State, the recent annual rainy season has brought severe consequences, including excessive flash floods and river flooding, causing untold hardship for residents. However, under the leadership of His Excellency Senator Doye Duri, the Prosperity Government has taken proactive measures to mitigate these effects. The establishment of the Directorate of Floods and Erosion Control, along with the strengthening of other related agencies such as the Bayelsa State Emergency Management Agency, demonstrates a commitment to reducing the impact of floods. To further enhance resilience, major blocks canals
of cultural heritage, festivity, and communal fellowship. Sons and daughters of a Yakuro community and well-wishers united in love in remembrance and celebration of the brave compatriots who risked it all to safeguard their future. The festival is a story of community at the brink of being wiped off by flood and erosion, saved by visionary fathers who, with eyes on the future, courageously relocated it to the current settlement against imposing spiritual and other dangers. The Idulema performance recreated the historic migration to the new settlement.
Many people are here. This is the death. We want to demonstrate the destruction, and we cross the other side of it. The other community is known as Idulema, and that is the whole settlement. Because of the erosion, the community has erupted away. People are helpless, devastated, and our heroes at that time, the founding fathers, stood by us that we must have to pack from the opposite bank to a new settlement.
Thousands from far and near streamed to the community to enjoy a feast of rich socio-cultural rendezvous and celebration of the indomitable spirit of the visionary fathers. This year's festival was graced by the Bayelsa State Governor, Senator Doye Duri, under the chairmanship of Obinna Iyegwu, Chairman Cubana Group, popularly known as Obi Cubana, royal fathers, captains of industry, women groups, and other notable figures, including the media. Traditional rites, war boots regatta, masquerades displayed, and cultural troops robed in costumes modeled after historical characters danced through the streets in symbolism of the event.
So let it kind of sound like the name of our sons and guests. Let our children dress in their elegant attire as we celebrate our ancestors.
And the Ayakoro I see today is not the same Ayakoro that I came in 2022. Thanks to the managing director of the MD of the NDC, the chiefs of Ayakoro, the youths of Ayakoro, the women of Ayakoro, for your support. And we are constructing the road from Akaba to Ogoni in Ogbea local government area. And that road, one of the benefiting communities will also be our Ayakoro. And again, I'm aware of the bridge that is also being constructed by ladies. And so you discover that for us, it is how we can connect our rural communities to one another and also to the state capital, Yenewa.
This festival is not only celebrating the crossing over of the community from the other side to this side, it's also celebrating peace and development of the people of Ayakuro. And also, we also encourage government at various levels to support this festival to make it an international level of festival.
And for you to hold a culture like this for the past 68 years, that means, it's a global standard. Looking around, you could see a lot of cultural troops. You could see a lot of beautiful women. You could see a lot of beautiful men, all dressed in their colorful attires, showcasing what this community is known with. Mostly fishing, mostly agricultural showcasing of their events. And the events like this are things that tend to bind communities together, that tend to bind people together, and I encourage it in every way.
Culture and modernity met when the traditional boat float representing the 5 compounds of the community was festooned on land, celebrating their triumphant journey to the newfound land.
Obey festival calls for very serious celebrations, and it reminds us of our root. It is good to tell history, and that is why I even thank the Minister of Education for reverting the decision that there should be no history in schools. And what they are celebrating is not only a celebration, they are reminding us of our culture and promoting culture.
Without culture, there are no people. So this is a wonderful occasion, and I want to also thank the MD of the NDDC for also supporting his people, the Ayakuro people.
There was also a feast of a side and traditional wrestling, celebrating heritage and marking a rite of passage for young men. At Nines, the festival transitioned into a vibrant party. Live concerts were framed, music filled the air, and the atmosphere was electric. Thousands jammed and erupted into wild ecstasy, dancing under the stars as Ijo High Life Music Minstrel, Barrister Smooth, and top secular artists to thrill with their stagecraft and melody.
Week-long event climaxed with a Thanksgiving service at the St. Mark's Anglican Church, Ayakuro,
celebrating God's love for the community. Ebinimi Zitemiola, NTA News.
Are you a trainer in the oil and gas industry? Does your organization provide training services or operate a training facility? If yes, this is for you. The Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, NCDMB, has introduced the Nigerian Content Trainers Registration Certificate, NTRC. This is a digital certification designed to verify, assess, inspect, and rate training service providers in the oil and gas industry. The NCTR certificate will ensure that only qualified and competent organizations develop Nigeria's workforce. It will promote transparency, quality assurance, and global best practices across specialized training areas in the oil and gas industry. To apply, simply visit the NOTIC-JQS portal, www.noticjqs.gov.ng, log into your company account, and complete the required information. Registration is free, no consultants, no agents, and no hidden charges. Apply today and contribute to shaping a highly skilled, globally competitive Nigerian oil and gas workforce. NCTRC, setting the standard, certifying excellence, empowering Nigerians. Signed, Engineer Felix Omashola Ogbe, FNSE, Executive Secretary, NCDMB.
Hi there, a jolly good day to you. Thank you plenty for staying with us on Chat with Naija Live TV, our flagship program where we discuss with important personalities, we discuss issues of importance to society. Today we turn our attention to something that isn't quite spoken of, not really frequently spoken of. We turn our attention to people who are not exactly really included in society. People who there's been the agitation for them to be included in society. Children with special needs. We discuss the role of parents. We discuss the role of the government, teachers, in helping these children in society. I'm joined this afternoon by someone who is an advocate for special needs inclusion, including children with special needs in society, and every other thing that we have to do. She's a lawyer, a special needs educator, therapist, and advocate for inclusive education. She's committed to supporting children with autism, ADHD, Down syndrome, dyslexia, speech delays, and other developmental needs through therapy, parent coaching, teacher training, and community awareness. That's a lot, but hopefully she's going to break this down and scale them for us. My name is Henry Ahamuefula, and I'm joined this episode of Chat with Naija Live TV by Brenda Nagbere, the founder and chief executive officer of Bremon Educational Consult Limited. It's really good to have you. Welcome.
Thank you very much for having me.
You're really welcome. Let's begin with you talking to us about special needs. There's a lot of things I mentioned, dyslexia, autism. Can you please scale special needs, what it means? I like to think there are not many parents who really understand what that means, or even know to identify if their children, have that.
Okay, so special needs has to do with a different kind of learning, a learning difference, It could be intellectual, could be physical, in the sense that intellectual has to do with the brain, physical has to do with, you see it, maybe the blind, the people that are on the wheelchair, and then we have the neurological one, which is, it has to do with the brain, like I said earlier, children with autism, dyslexia, Down syndrome, okay, and a lot of other disabilities, a lot that people don't know. The ones people know are mainly the physical ones, okay, but we have, they're all termed under the term special needs, right. Yes. So I could break each of them down if you want me to do that.
I think we could allow for that. Autism, okay. What does that entail? How do we identify people who live with autism or children who live with autism? Do we outgrow it? Do people outgrow autism? Or you'd be autistic and that's a lifetime thing?
Autism is a lifelong condition, okay? Of course, in Africa, in this part of the world, we believe miracles happen. Yes, it could happen, but it's a lifelong condition. Whoever has autism has it for life, but can it be managed? Now, what is autism? Autism is a neurological condition that affects the way a person interacts with people, okay? People with autism can have what's it called now? They don't like new spaces. They don't like interacting with people. Yes, they have short attention span. All right, some of them have delayed speech. Okay, so we usually tend to encourage parents that if you see that your child at the age of 1 year, 3 months, 4 months, 5 to 2 years, you see the child is supposed to be blabbing, you see the child having a short attention span, can't give you eye contact, supposed to say some first words, but they are not saying all those words, right? The child tends to be a bit different from what you expect. We tend to encourage parents to go seek medical help, seek professional who can assess the child. Okay, and we also have what we call attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, which is ADHD. Yes,
I feel as though when you mentioned short attention span, that ties into ADHD.
They kind of want to relate, but they are very different. Yes, there are some children that will have autism and have ADHD. Yes, together. While some just have ADHD. ADHD has to do with impulsivity and attention. They get easily distracted. Okay, you tell your child to sit down, the child is jumping up. The child is in the classroom, the teacher is teaching, and the child is up and about doing. But that does not mean, even autism and ADHD doesn't mean the child is can't reason or the child is not smart. They are usually very, very smart.
Oh, really?
Yes, but it's just for us as teachers and parents to find out the best ways to work with these children.
They are usually very smart.
Yes.
But it seems as though the brain does not process information as...
The brain processes information differently. Yes. They have people with
is it
autism
much more, slower than the regular...
Sometimes it could be very fast for some. It could be very fast, yes. You can have a child with autism telling you what happened. You ask a question in maths. Maybe the child has not even studied maths. I've not even started school, so to say. You ask a question in maths and this child will just tell you the answers. A child with autism will tell you a date. You just tell the child, what's the 23rd of July, 1901? The child will tell you, if it's a Monday, the child will be able to tell you that it's Monday. You and I can't do that. That's a special gift.
Okay, so children who have certain special gifts can also be said to have autism.
Yes.
Even when they act like regular people, they relate to you, and maybe they also they don't mind the interaction with people.
Yes, there are some people with autism that can lead normal life. Yes, you can't tell.
But then they are just faster,
they are smarter. They have special interests. There are a lot of celebrities who are on the spectrum. I don't know if I can mention names. Like Einstein, for example. Even Bill Gates, Albert Einstein. Yes, even Bill Gates. Okay, a few of them like
Bill
that.
Gates is also on the spectrum.
They are on the spectrum. Why we call it a spectrum? Why we call it a spectrum? Because everybody manifests at different levels. Just like you and I, no two persons are the same. Not even two identical twins are the same. We reason differently. So for Einstein, for example, he did a lot of theories, and even for this Picasso, when it comes to painting and that, a lot of autistic children are like that. They are specially gifted. And the recent one in Nigeria, Tagbo, yes, he's a child with autism. Is non-verbal, which means he's non-talking, right? But he has a special interest in art. He's the one, last year, he won the Guinness Book of Records for the largest painting on canvas in Abuja.
Oh, really?
Just this year, he broke another record riding from, I think, Enugu all the way to Lagos on a bicycle. Once they have special interest, for example, one easy way to recognize them is they like arranging things. They don't like things being untidy. So sometimes you might have a colleague in your office, right, that just like things being in a particular way. Oh, these things are color-coded. I want this thing to be here because it's color green. It's supposed to be with the color green. Or you see children lining up toys. Those are all telltale signs. You see kids walking on their toes.
Well,
tippy toes.
Your explanation this afternoon is leading me to believe that there are people who might be living with autism in our society that we might just dismiss as regular people.
Yes.
So, Harry, office space, one who likes to keep things orderly and complains whenever he comes around and says, you all are not keeping this thing right. So that could actually be something autistic.
It could be autism. It could be obsessive compulsive disorder, OCD. Yes. But because in this climb, right, especially in Bayelsa State, when I came here, it was like new to a lot of persons. You could So many people like that is when you get close to them. Sometimes I walk past some children, some young people on the streets, sick. I know some of them might be due to drugs, but I look at some. You know, there was once I met a girl at Pansha Market Road. You know, because of what I do, I tend to talk to everybody, anybody. The person might be very sick, but I want to know, why is this person sick? By sick, I mean this people we call MAD on the streets.
Alrighty.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, I'll see young people like that, and I met that girl on the streets, Pansha Market. I stopped her. I started talking to her. It was like people stood and was looking at me. Just came back from church. I saw the young girl. I said, this girl, it could just be autism, but because the parents can't handle it. A lot of children are on the street like that.
So many persons we call, well, mad.
Mad,
not
yes,
exactly
they could
really
be
mad.
True, yes. But because the parents, the family can't handle it. They just feel this child is not acting normal. This child is crazy. So they let the child out. A lot of parents have come to my center. In fact, there was once a lady came and told me she was going to unalive her child because she's embarrassed. So for the people that can't keep, and sometimes autism, you know, this neurological condition can be quite funny, that the people that have got it can't control themselves. They could be aggressive. Yes, I've had kids punch me, scratch me. You know, imagine that happening. They throw things at people when they are overwhelmed because the environment does not understand them.
Okay, now, you're one who's really stayed with cases of this nature. You're not exactly a doctor.
Yes, I'm not.
You're in fact a lawyer.
Yes.
But one would want to understand what causes this, if it's something that parents would have to avoid. Is it something that parents would know and during the process of birth they avoid it, or it just happens?
Well, for autism, right, there's no known cause. Okay, science is still working. You know, they tend to link it to genetics, and most recently, because of the awareness, a lot of people are now coming out. Right, there's a bit of acceptance coming into play. A lot of the awareness going on is bringing it to limelight. So we tend to see a lot of children with autism. You know, it's not caused by bad parenting. It's not caused by what a mother did while she was pregnant. It's not caused by village people, as they say. You know, a lot of persons come to me and tell me, oh, this thing is spiritual. My child was okay before, you know, and now the child is not talking. I'm sure those signs were there. So once they come to me, the first thing I do is to refer them to the doctor. Let the doctor do their medical test and whatever. Then they refer them back to me for assessment. I assess them and then let the doctors know this is what I found. They merge it to what they have, you know, assessed as well, and then come up with the diagnosis. I don't diagnose. I leave that to the medical professionals. Yes, yeah. But I can assess. I can tell if a child has autism, dyslexia, ADHD, and what have you.
That's the next term, dyslexia. That's
Yes.
like something that means one not being able to read or properly.
Yes.
Still for us now.
Yes.
And how does that
Dyslexia is a condition that that enables a child, or should I use the word enable now? Someone with dyslexia would find it difficult to read, but they can speak. They are very smart, you know. But they find it difficult to put whatever they said to words. So someone might be very good orator. A child will tell you all the poem, all the stories in the world. But when you tell this child to write it down, the words start getting confused, you know, where a child will write D instead of B, or P in place of B, you know, like that, confusing the words. It's the difficulty in reading and writing. There is also dysgraphia, which has to do with the writing part of it, just writing. They find it difficult to write. So I encourage schools, right, inclusion. One reason why I accepted to come here is because I've been trying to do this inclusive awareness thing. I've been going to schools, talking to schools, because I don't want any school to reject any child, because there are policies in place, right? Now, back to dyslexia. A child understands, can say everything, but when it comes to writing now, it's not left for the schools to find ways to assess these children. A lot of times parents say, oh, my child failed. And when the child comes to me, I'm looking at this child is very smart. How come this child failed? All the questions I ask the child can respond to them using their words. Now it's left for the schools to have oral exams for these children. You know, everybody is not the same. I go back to that word.
So you've run a foundation, and your foundation is aimed at giving these children a chance at, you know, learning the right way, the way that suits them. But it seems as though well, clearly and evidently, this is not something that government and other well-meaning individuals are really paying attention to. Some of these things you've discussed here are things that, from your explanation, are manifest in our society and evident in our society. How do we bring the government to really be serious with this? And how do we bring educational institutions to really know that if you're setting up an institution, you should not just set up the institution, you should also know to set up a special needs segment or sector to cater for the needs of children who are very likely different. Now, it seems as though if you have 100% of students, for instance, 100 students, maybe 20-30% of them are special needs children. With what you've explained, there are several ways it manifests now.
Yes.
So that means that there is need for every educational institution out there to be making provisions for these children.
I agree. You know, there are policies, right? There are laws, you know, from the federal level to the state level. And the one that really excites me, if there's anything that I've really touched my heart about this Governor Doyediri's tenure, is the fact that in March, he created the disability rights law in Bayelsa State, which makes us one of the few states.
So that covers the special needs?
Yes, it covers disability, you know, whether intellectual or physical, or, do you understand? Now,
so we're discussing here also that these children are rather smart in a certain way. So while we think that they are disabled, there are other ways where they are not like the regular. I don't even want to say regular. They're probably regular in their own right.
See, I call all of them, you know, able, right? They are just differently abled.
Differently abled. So
if you put the signpost for them, if teachers are trained, right? These policies are there, but they are not being enforced to the letter.
You know why I asked that question? Because it's very possible that attention is not given to the ones with special needs, and then it's rather given to those persons who don't have complete legs.
Yes, the physically disabled ones.
They are likely to give attention to them.
Yes,
in lieu of also including those with special needs. If that be the case, would we not need much more policies and much more legal frameworks to enable to focus on special needs? You talk about policies and legal framework across Nigeria, but I'm struggling.
When it comes to practice, that's where nothing is being done, and that's why people like us are coming out, trying to make sure our voices are heard. That's why when I was called upon, I said, okay, that's another opportunity for me to come talk to
sensitization,
people, right? Yes. Now, all those policies are in place. It's enforcement. I would be so happy if the government, having made these laws, can follow it through, make sure teachers in public and private schools are trained, because there are some schools I go to.
All teachers, is it that all teachers have to be trained, or we have specific teachers?
I would rather every teacher is aware.
That's easier.
They should all be trained. Yes, it makes.
So when you identify that, you now know.
Yes, then we should have special teachers in the class that will attend to them, because the general classroom teacher might be overwhelmed.
No, I understand.
But yes.
Special teachers in school who would attend to those.
Every school should have a special education classroom where these children go in there to learn and then bring them back to the regular class, because see, they need to interact with other children. That brings in empathy. The other children are learning from them, they are also learning from them. You know, that helps. Even a child that wasn't talking before, you see them interacting with other children, and before you know, the words keep coming out. So all hands must be on deck, the children, the teachers, all right? Every school, from the security. I trained a school last year, towards the beginning of this session that is about to end, you know, and I was so amazed because that school made sure every teacher, the security, the janitors, everybody came for that training, you know, and they had to, the school subsidized it, but the teachers had to pay for it. Some of them were not happy, but at the end of the training, they were all very excited that, oh, you know, so if a child is in the classroom, maybe a child with autism is overwhelmed, either due to this bright lights, you know, in the classroom, maybe the noise, you know, whatever it is, it could be a smell, and the child is overwhelmed. The child has what we call meltdown, and the child runs out of the class. The security man shouldn't be at his post just watching. If the security man is trained and he recognizes, oh, this child, he knows what to do. Do you understand? So he's not left for just the special need teachers. Everyone in the school knows what to do, whether you're a secretary, provided you're in the school environment. You know, everybody should be aware.
I think I am particularly, I know about special needs, but with this enlightenment, myself, I actually know better now. It seems as though I have to now be careful with people I meet when it behave in certain ways. I just know, there's a likelihood that this person, so please calm down. And like you've explained here, when they want to do things, if they're angry, for instance, they could do it to the extreme of it.
It could be the extreme, it could
do it to the extreme of it.
Yeah.
Well, when we try to cater for them, do we cater for them in looking for a solution or a cure for their condition, or it's just that we manage them until they now know how to act around people?
There is no cure that I know of for now. You know, we're hoping that there's going to be a cure.
You're particularly concerned with teaching them?
Yes, so
to
now
know
what we
better,
do,
or to know.
What we do is to put all the necessary things in place so they learn, so they can lead a normal life. Okay. I have some grown-up children at my center that will come at the beginning with diapers, and then we're like, how can this child be this age and still wearing diapers? Because the parents are overwhelmed. They don't know how best to help the child, and then we take up the child to that level where the child is able to feed themselves, the child is able to, do things for themselves. So that's what we advocate.
At what point should the parents, know to observe this? Is it when the child is 5-6 months, when they are like 1 year, that they should now know to observe and look out for signs of autism? So, our parents, is it normal that all parents start looking out for signs of autism, of their children being special needs, dyslexia? I mean, that's until when they are like 2, I think, or 3, when they start reading or something, right? Well, special needs, to look out for the signs of a child being of special need. What point should the parent start looking out for that?
Well, I wouldn't say parents should look out for it. In this part of the world, if you use those words, it's like you're trying to already play a curse on your child. Look out for this sign. Oh, the child is twitching. Are you sure it's not this, it's not that, right? I would rather say keep it natural. Watch your child. There are milestones that the child is supposed to have achieved at a certain age. Okay. From 1 month, there are milestones. What can a child of 1 month do? 2 months, what can a child of 2 months do? And once you notice that the child is not doing all of that, say at one month or maybe 2 months old, the child is not able to lift their head up. I'm going towards cerebral palsy now, which is also part of special needs. Yes. Yeah. The child is supposed to be blabbing. There are some children that as early as 8 months, they can say a few words. They can do 2-word sentences. Water, me, water, drink water. Like it might not be very, very clear. But once you see your child is getting to at least 4-5 months, the child should be saying, Mama, Dada. And your child is not doing any of that. I'm not saying that's autism or whatever, but you should take your child to seek help. Go see the doctor. What's going on? I noticed my child is 1 month is not even following my fingers. These days, newborn babies, I remember my kids, as soon as they are out, one of the things the doctor is looking out for is with the finger. And these ones, they look. It's not like in those days when we were born, where our parents, the eyes are not open. It's after 6-7 days that the eyes will be open. Now children will come out of there and open their eyes. And you have a baby and your child is not following the light. Not like they can see per se, but they can tell if something, and the child's eyes are not following that. A sound is made and the child is not twitching, Those are, you should be concerned. So watch out for all the developmental milestones. If anyone is missing, seek help.
Okay,
so it's better you do that. That way you find solutions early, because we usually advocate for early intervention. Whatever disease you have, if you find cure for it or you find help for it, you live better.
So in lieu of showing the paranoia, it's much better that you calm down and just observe the developmental signs that a 1 month, 2 months, 3 months old baby ought to have that they do not have. That's really good to know. Let's talk about what I like to think might be the cause, but I'll just have you talk around it. Maybe we missed it earlier. There are many persons who believe, medical experts who believe, professionals believe that genetic mutation could be responsible for conditions of this nature. Is it possible that for the autism and especially children who are born in certain ways where maybe they don't have, maybe a limb is not complete or something, and they act in certain ways. Is it a possibility that mutation could have caused this? I mean, in that case, could we advise parents or people women who are pregnant to stay away from certain things? There's a certain time doctors were saying something around staying away from radiation and even scans you do when you
often
get pregnant, when you're pregnant, could actually affect your baby.
I wouldn't say scans we do when we get pregnant.
Is it has some sort of radiation or something?
Yes, they tend to. Like I remember when I was pregnant with my first son, I didn't know I was pregnant and I needed to go to law school, So when we went to see the doctor, they need your medical reports to go to law school. So we went to see the doctor to get the report, and the doctor said you need to do a pregnancy test. And I looked at my husband. My husband looked at me like, pregnancy test where? She's not pregnant. He said, well, it's routine because you're going to go do X-ray as part of the requirements. I said, okay. They gave me the thing. I went to do it, and then they came back, and the doctor said, oh, you guys are pregnant. Now we looked at ourselves and said, no, we are not pregnant. I'm not sure. He said, madam, this is what it says. I'm going to give you guys 2 weeks. Come back in 2 weeks. We'll do the test again and see what happens. We came back and he still said the same thing. He said, madam, I'm sorry, you can't do X-ray, but we're going to do a report for you telling you why you're not able to do the reports. You're not able to do the X-ray. Yes. So there are some certain things. That doctor knows. Yes. Knows to not do it because you were pregnant and it was early. Yes, it was early. So you don't do scans very early. Is that no? It was X-ray, not scan. X-ray. Yes. It was X-ray. When that doctor said we should go do the test for pregnancy, we did it and we're like, I don't think we're pregnant. He said no. He asked me to lie down and he checked using his I've forgotten that mobile scanning thing that doctors use. He used that and said, madam, I can't see any baby, but the test says you're pregnant. Okay, so come back in 2 weeks. Went back in 2 weeks, checked, still couldn't see. He now sent me to a bigger diagnostic place where they could check very well. They checked and they still couldn't see. But he said, you know what, you're not going to do X-ray because it says, you're pregnant. Okay, let's get back to the motivation that led you into starting the Learner Educational Consults Limited. Have you had an experience? Is this something that touches close to home? What's the motivation? Why do you have this much care for children or people who have special needs? I would say it came to me by, I don't know, I wouldn't want to say that it came to me by accident, really. I was somewhere, I was in uni, right, and I needed to do part-time job, and where I was, it was easier if you register through an agency to get a job. So I registered. I wanted to be a teaching assistant, and on the form, while they were giving you orientations, they asked you if you want to be a special need teaching assistant or a mainstream, a regular teaching assistant. Back then, I didn't know what special need was. Typical Nigerian, typical Niger girl, right? So I'm like, special need, what are they talking about? Maybe, we're always thinking of the physical disabilities. I'm like, is it blind or... I just ticked no, So I told them I don't want to go to special needs school. I want the regular ones where I can speak to them and, But when I resumed work, the first day, I remember when the agency lady called me, sending me to the school I was supposed to go. And she told me it's a mainstream school. I was going to be in a regular classroom. Guess what? I got there. It was a special needs school. That day, I was seeing kids. To me, this is crazy. What's going on here? I barely went through that day. In fact, they were scratching me. At some point, I would go to the restroom to cry a bit, come back out. I needed to go through that day. So I finished, came out. Immediately, I called the agency up. I told you I needed to go to special needs school. Mainstream school. Why did you send me to a special needs school? Now I've been scratched and spattered. She said, oh, I'm so sorry. Was that where we took? Oh, we're so sorry. Don't worry. Tomorrow is not going to be the same. I said, okay, guess what? Tomorrow was another special needs school. And this time around, it was for teenagers, a college. And this was me, very skinny girl. I got in there. It was worse than the first day. I cried. On my way out, I called my dad. Daddy, these people sent me to a special needs school again. He said, this is unlike them. They don't do things like this. I was quite angry. But I managed to call the agency or gave them a blast. The next day they called me and I said, no, I'm not ready to work. day after they called, I'm not ready to work this. The next day, they begged and begged. That was Monday again, and said, please, Brenda, we are so sorry. We promise you it's going to be what you want. Guess what? It was still a special needs school. But that day, I went to the restroom. I sat down, and then I started thinking, what if there's something in here for me? Then I remembered that I used to have a cousin back then. You know, he's late now. As at when I was going through that, he had already passed. You know, I remember that, oh, maybe if anybody knew of this, we could have been able to help this boy. Maybe he wouldn't have died. Because after my grandma passed, the boy went through depression. It was very, very obvious that, you know, from what I've learned now, I could tell that all that time he was going through that was depression. He would go to grandma's room, check her bed, she's not there, he would cry, and then not long after that, he became very ill, and then he passed. So that now made me think, you know, I just told my dad, Daddy, you know what? I think I want to study this thing. I want to know more about this. Are you sure? I now reminded him of my cousin. Then he also started thinking, oh, I think there are a few persons he knows with this as well. You know, so that's just made me, and I knew back here, there were not very many schools. Very many people knew about this. So I said, you know what? Let me go through the course and see how I can help.
Okay, let's get to your institution.
Yes.
What are the services you offer there?
Okay, so we do speech therapy, occupational therapy, educational bridging the gap. By that we mean when you bring your child there, your child is not just learning to behave. We do behavioral therapy. So when your child comes there, he's not just learning to behave well, he's not just learning to talk. The child is not missing out on school activities because we do all of that. The child is learning to read, learning to write, you know, and after we've gone through that, once the child gets to a level, I get to school where we transition the child back to regular school.
It's the story you just told me about how you got into this. It's I don't know if I'll call it a motivation to, you know, looking between the line. You were initially forced, and now you're making a career out of it.
I was scared.
It's like a proper career path for you, and you're really making it good too. Because you're one who is already doing sensitization here today, and it seems as though there are not many of these schools around town.
There are not very many. We have a few schools that do inclusive, you know, that have the special needs attached to their private schools.
But this is exclusively special needs.
Yes, this is I don't call it a school, I call it a therapy center because the place is not so big.
When you mention therapy center, people will connect to you.
A lot of persons think that, yes, once I say therapy, they think, oh, maybe it's a psychiatric home or something.
Not that.
No, it's just a therapy center
for special needs
children and adults.
Where are you located?
I'm on Bay Bridge Road from Imbiama Yenegua. The place is called Amasoma Close.
Amasoma Close?
Yes. Funny enough, the Amasoma Close name of it is not very, very popular. Once you come in from Imbiama Yenegua, you walk in or drive in, you see a 2-story building. Just beside the building is a close in there.
Okay, you leave a number that people could contact you on, should they have children with special needs or questions that they'd like to ask you. Maybe you could now, you don't do assessments, but you probably would refer them to where they'd get the best assessment.
Okay, so what we do is, right, I do assessment. What I said is not diagnosis.
Diagnosis, right?
Yes, I leave that for the doctors.
You could just do assessment and tell them you need diagnosis.
Yes.
Okay.
Because a lot of times, there are some parents that come to me after the assessments. You know, a lot of them that have done their homeworks. After I assess them, they know where their child belongs to, and they go, you know what, Brenda, let's just start. We've been to the doctors. The doctor said we should come here, so let's just start. You know, so what was the question again, please?
You'd have to leave a number that they could reach out.
My number is 081-6251-9913. Let me take that again. +234 81-6251-9913. You can find me on Facebook, Brenda Nagberi. You can also find us on Facebook, Bremon Educational Consults. You can find us on Instagram at Bremon Educational Consult or Bremon Edu, TikTok Bremon Edu, TikTok Brenda Nagberi. On Instagram as well, you can find me Brenda Nagberi. Send me a message, DM, whatever, and I'll reach out to you.
Absolutely. Now, well, beyond her work in inclusive education, our guest, Barrister Brenda, is also a strong advocate for the preservation of the Izon language, encouraging families to embrace and promote their mother tongue as an important part of Biafra's cultural heritage. That is something that is fast diminution, if that's the right way to put it. But then it's something that there are a lot of parents who are rather having their children speak English. They'd rather for them to sound
posh, very British.
Very British, right? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
In lieu of really having them speak their mother tongue. And I said something very recently. I posted something on the socials that if you cannot speak your mother tongue, you're contributing to its extinction.
Yes.
I'd like for you to talk to us about your passion for having people speak these own language. Clearly, I can't speak Ijaw, but then we've been speaking English all through. Maybe that's because I can't. If perhaps I could speak Ijaw, we didn't it in Ijaw language. But let's talk about your passion, why you think it's absolutely necessary that we revert back, and how you think we can even achieve it, to have parents make their children. There are people who are already grown, they are adults, yet they don't see the need, the zeal to want to speak their own language. Is it a function of colonial mentality, would you say?
It's part of it.
It's part of it.
Because sometimes, I remember when I came down here newly to Bayelsa State, I got married and my husband brought me down, and one of the first things, or the first social groups you go to is church, and when I got there, a lot of persons didn't think, because then I had a very strong accent, but underneath the accent was very, very strong Ijaw girl.
Sorry, a very strong Ijaw accent.
No, very strong British accent.
Yes. Right.
So a lot of persons thought this girl doesn't know jack about Ijaw. So
Right.
when I opened my mouth to speak Ijaw, and they were like, "What a juice! Did that just come out of you?"
No, I'm quite. I don't know if I should say confused, but I don't know how you are able to do that switching.
That's my parents, my dad and mom.
One can't even tell you speak Ijaw. Do you speak Ijaw like very fluently?
Should I start speaking? Ene bizon to ado enaremo ya kampna fa Brenda na gberike na remene sama yorotbo isama well ene yima barrier so abar kwim do paim.
Okay, I didn't get any of this.
Yeah, you're not gonna get it. You need to go learn it.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been here for a while, so I think people should learn it just truly. But yeah, people who they are rather reluctant to learning
and that's
the language.
painful. It's really painful. Yes, because see, your language is your identity. That's where you're from. You can't say you're Ijaw or Yoruba or Igbo and you know nothing about you. You should be ashamed. You should cover your face. Now it's even easy because you can learn a word or two using the internet. So it makes things easy. I've seen people, I've come across friends, when I speak Ijaw, they go, Brenda, you have come again. See, I don't care. I speak Ijaw. When I'm going to pick my kids in school, I'm speaking Ijaw to my kids.
But this is the thing now. Children would often struggle with learning two languages while they're
Children don't
up.
struggle. No, that's a myth. Children can learn 6-7 languages if you give it to them. It's adults that find it difficult to learn. For children, their brains are like sponges. So it's easier when the child is little.
And what you're saying now is fact.
Yes, facts. You can go do a research on it. It's
fact check it.
easier, yes. That's why when one of my nannies, she speaks Akwa Ibom. So whenever I go to work, I tell her, because I was trying to reduce screen time for my children. So I tell her, you can speak Akwa Ibom, Calabar to my children. I'd rather you speak your local language than broken English. My broken English is very poor. Now, I've started learning it. I'm getting better at it. Yes, it's very... So instead of speaking broken English, I'd rather speak Ijaw. Yes, because broken English is benpe, as they say.
It's too broken.
Yes, it's too broken. Broken, shattered.
Well, is it any wonder, given that we have just typically you want to speak English and that's how you communicate, and then we have just too many indigenous languages. Parents would want to struggle. I was going to say, to bring their children to learn English and to bring their children to learn Ijaw, and they're also struggling with learning Pidgin. It feels as though they should just make the child to be able to communicate with others out there, especially in school. Especially, yet again, for the child not to sound like they are. I'm looking for a word, local. Local, not in the sense of you come from a local place, but then they are local. They are untamed. I don't know if the untamed works there, but yeah. I had mentioned that it feels as though it's a function of colonial mentality. How do we rid ourselves of these if it truly is a function of colonial mentality?
It's to keep encouraging ourselves. Really, we can't give up.
If we do encouragement, is it enough to a parent who is indoctrinated, a parent who thinks that my child should speak like who thinks the Western or English is better?
See, let me tell you my story. I wasn't born and brought up in Ijoland. Yes, all of us were born and brought up outside.
One would say that much is evident.
You know, but then I grew up in Lagos. My early life was in Lagos. And do you know I don't speak any Yoruba? Oh, God bless my dad, Kenarebo. Once you hear daddy's car outside blaring, you start speaking Ijo in the house. Oh my goodness, we'll start speaking it, whether it's correct or not. Because my dad will come into the house and tell my mom, once these children are inside, I don't want to hear any English in this house. That's what he would tell my mom. And so my mom will start speaking Ijo to us, and we'll speak and speak. And if he sees our Ijo is getting really, really bad, he sends us to our grandma in Warri, or to our grandparents, my mom's parents in Ikorodu, where all they speak. In fact, my grandma, my dad's mom, speak no atom of English. So you have no choice than to speak the Ijo. Sometimes she will have to call my parents. Look, your child is saying, now over the phone. You know, the child wants something, but because she does not understand, she will call my mom. My mom will now tell her what the child wants in Ijo, then she will speak Ijo. This is how you say it. So when we go for competitions, when we were little, in Lagos back then, we were always stopping it. It got to a point the people felt like, why is it there's always these Ken's children that are winning the awards? Because it was very serious for us. Daddy will come on weekends, Daddy's telling us stories in Ijo, Adotimi Igberibo. Yes. You talk about the tortoise, the Uri and the rest. Pardon?
Your competitions, right?
Yes. In those days, I don't know if there's any here. Maybe we can start by that to encourage the children to speak. Now, they might not sound as Ijo as we want, because even now, when I get to the village and I speak my Ijo that everybody loves, the people there tend to see it as, refined Ijo. Like my younger sister will say, that they speak, not me, I'm better than them. They speak the revised version of Ijo. That's her own word.
Okay.
But at least it's better than nothing.
Let me ask, like one who is not knowledgeable enough, a typical parent.
Yes.
What's the harm in having them speak English? I mean, that's what the whole world speak. These guys they have successfully done it in a way that even in Russia, the people in Russia, they speak English too.
Yeah.
So what's the harm? Let's speak English, but like the Ijo people too.
If you keep speaking the English, you're going to lose your language. Imagine you coming back in 50 years' time and there's no Ijo language, and you are an Ijo man.
You can't even tell someone that actually I'm Ijo?
Yes, and they'll be like, Ijo, what's Ijo? What tribe is that? God forbid that happens.
And the language is a pretty critical element of the culture.
It's the culture. So we should encourage our children. My kids are still speaking the revised version. In fact, they haven't even gotten to the revised standard version yet. But they are trying. I remember my husband who couldn't speak Ijo before. Now he's beginning to speak. His dialect is Cabo dialect, right? Which is Patani. But because I speak the main dialect, because I'm from Bomandi local government in Delta State, so I speak the main. The one you people down here call Tamo, right? The Keremo axis, they speak like my dialect.
I really don't know the distinctions,
Yeah,
but I'm pretty much learning, yeah. The main and the Cabo dialects
yes,
of the Ijo.
There's a bit different. Like my son's name is Onyi Tainado. That's Cabo. If he's to come to my side, it will be Tamara Tainane or Tamara Tainade. But because they are from Cabo, it's Tainado. Somebody was it you that was asking me? Yes, my son's name.
Okay, yeah.
Tainado. Yes.
The other, yeah.
Yes.
Well, thank you so much,
You're welcome.
Barrister Brenda. I'm tempted to make an attempt, but I don't want to offend you.
Try. I would like to hear you say that. Try.
Oyakame Benafa.
Good try, yeah.
Good try. Oh my goodness, I offended her already.
Oyakame Benafa.
Please say it.
Oyakame Benafa.
Oyakame Benafa.
Yes, Oyakame Benafa.
That should stick. Thank you so much.
If you can't pronounce it, I get really angry. So stick to the Brenda. I'll take that.
I've been doing Brenda all day, but Brenda is not exactly Jordan, so I try.
No, it's not. It's English to make
it's
it
English,
easier,
so I try as much as possible to do native names.
Yes,
my work also, so I learn more of it.
You try
it's hard to. Maybe it's because I've also been trying to do it all my career, maybe. Well, it's a good thing that you joined us today on Chat with Naija Live Television. Before we let you go, we'll have you do a message to Bayelsan's parents on the special needs children that they might have and not know it, and also on the preservation of our culture.
Okay, on the special needs, I want all of us to look at it as building a house, because we're talking about the parents, the role of the family, school, government and community, right? Look at it as you're building a house. The family is the foundation, all right? The school is the building blocks, all right? The government makes the policies, they bring the resources, the community creates the roof. So imagine if we take out any of this group, you see that the house is going to be shaking. The house is not, before you know, the foundation will collapse, all right? So I will encourage everyone, the government, parents, schools, all hands to be on deck to help these children. And if you're a parent out there and you have a child with special needs, please do not hide that child. Come out, seek help. Go to FMC. We have very good doctors there who can help you, you know, diagnose your child, all right? And they can refer you to my center and to the other places that are available, all right? Don't keep your child. Encourage your child to learn, because if you keep your child, you're delaying it, right? I know that we believe in God, faith works, yes. But if you're keeping your child at home, that's you not putting your faith to practice. So I will encourage you to seek help. That's the first healing for your child, okay? And for the Ijaw language, I would encourage, please try and speak the Ijaw to keep the Ijaw, all right? So that tomorrow, one person somewhere is not going to come and ask us, you claim to be Ijaw. Where is your language? Do you know how to speak it? Are you not the only one speaking your language? Please, let's try and speak it, okay? It might not be very good, but try. Practice makes perfect, okay? Yes. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you for coming in today. Barrister Oyakeme Benafa, Brenda Nagberry, the founder and chief executive officer of Brandon Educational Consult Limited. My name is Henry. See you on the next episode. Bye for now. Thank you plenty for joining us on Chat with Naija Live Television. My name is Henry Ahamwifla. I have Israel with me. And today we're discussing something important for us as a society. We're discussing peace in Bayelsa State. We're joined by the leader of an organization that seeks to entrench this, that seeks to midwife ways at which we can have sustainable peace in Bayelsa State. Now, not just peace, but sustainable peace in Bayelsa State, with a focus on the Bayelsa State peace architecture. We're joined on this edition by Dr. Priye Nabaraton. It's good to have you join us, please. Welcome.
Thank you very much. A long time that you have been hiding. Thank God that I finally.
Okay, that's
but once
clearly.
again, thank you, Bayelsans, for this opportunity. I'm very grateful. I hope we have a good say on this journey.
Absolutely. Bayelsa State Peace Architecture. You don't scale this for us. What's your mandate like? Is it you're a new organization? Have you been existing for a while? Would you want to talk to us about that, please?
Well, the Bayelsa State Peace Architecture is a coalition of interested persons that are interested in peace building in Bayelsa. Before now, we have different approaches towards peace building. That the police will do their own, civil society organizations will do their own, individuals that are interested in peace will intervene. And this project brings on board every interested persons, using the community leaders, using the local government leaders to the state. And the Bayelsa State Peace Architecture is made up from all these persons, this coalition of persons coming together. We have the NDLA, civil society group, the police, the military when intervention arises, and every youth organization, everybody that is interested in peace building. So I think that is key in one of our achievements, that we have been able to put this persons. So when we are talking about SPA, otherwise called the Bayelsa State Peace Architecture, it's not hidden. It is not far-fetched. It is interested persons that have been involved in peace building. And we thank God for what the European Union did. Before now, we were operating on our own. It was put together by the European Union in 2023. And the project was meant to cover rivers and also Bayelsa and Delta. The reason for it was because conflict in this Niger Delta, if it affects Delta, it also affects Bayelsa. If it affects Bayelsa, it also affects the river. So to look at an holistic form to see how we can solve the issues around conflict. So the key players that have been involved over time, we decided to come together to get these lessons from the state and move towards the Niger Delta region. So that is where we are, that we have the state peace architecture.
Okay, you have the police, you have the NDLEA, and
all other security
agencies
and non-security actors.
As part of your organization.
Even traditional rulers.
So,
even state governments.
So what is it like in your meeting? What do you do particularly at SPA?
Okay, well, the state peace architecture is interested in non-kinetic approach towards peace building. So we do mediation, we do prevention, we do dialogue, we do community engagement. And these tenets are what makes up the principles guiding the state peace architecture. Over the years, you see that as little as a conflict between husband and wife, if you don't nib it on the board, you will be surprised about how that conflict will escalate. Maybe a husband kills a wife. You are looking at it that is marital conflict, but it is not. The next person will say, this one is from my community. You kill my community woman. So before you know, community fight and community fight. Before you know, the soldiers will be called to go and quell the situation. Before you know, National Defense Council will sit on that little as husband and wife fight. So we are looking at best ways of preventing such conflict. As little as youth president conflict, that two persons are fighting to be youth president in that little community. If you don't nib it on the board, you will see it escalate to cult group fighting. As little as that drug is being sold in the community that triggers conflict and all that. What do we do to curb such stress? So over the years, the SPA Bayelsa State has been able to champion this cause. So we have been able to look at the early drivers of conflict and also see how we can prevent them. So these are what the SPA has been doing. I receive calls, up to 10 calls every day. We have a tracking system, we otherwise call the early warning and early response system, that is laid across all the local government. If there is any conflict, for instance, as I'm here, I can tell you the trend of conflict. Let me start from the Ogbembiri issue. From the Ogbembiri issue, we have the purported bandit issue in Polako, that they said bandits are taking over Polako, Bahrain axis, that people run and all that. Immediately those information came, we analyzed it and we resolved that it was false from our dashboard and all that. So I was the one that called the commissioner of police to send him a message that, look, this is what is happening there, and he moved in immediately with his intelligence and all that. So there are a lot of things that the SPA do. We do them over time on the ground. We don't speak out. We don't do all that. But there is a need for us to also sensitize members of the public on embracing sustainable peace. No doubt, due to our activities over the years, you see that Bayelsa is being described as the most peaceful state. I can give you the indices from the National Bureau of Statistics. Now, National Bureau of Statistics cannot tell you that you are the most peaceful. They work with indices. First, the security of lives and property. What is the record? Can you compare it to Delta, that has pipeline surveillance issues that are going on, that has delimitation issues that are... I'm just giving you a clear example. That's Delta. Can you compare it to River State that has a governor and the other one, Yendeba crisis in River State? So if you look at this, I'm talking about the Niger Delta, just the Niger Delta. You're talking about the Ondo State crisis of conflict for resource mobilization. So if you look at all these indices, you see that Bayelsa is having the list of crime, kidnapping, you see drug, you see this, you see that, all the indices. When, as an individual, are you safe to come out in the night by 12 o'clock? If you ask me, it's yes.
Well, these things you've mentioned, that this is a function of SPA's relentless effort. So it's in fact what the governor was. I'm asking a question actually. I'm not taking a stance. I'm asking if they are a function of SPA's relentless effort. So if they are rather because of the governor's disposition, you know, to matters of conflict and the way he typically would go in to resolve them, and some of the mechanisms he set in place. Is he the SPA? Does he have his input?
Well, the Bayelsa State Peace Architecture, like I said, is made up of even government officials. We don't operate alone. We have done the coalition to the point that Ministry of Youth, Ministry of Community Development, we have SAG's office, we have different strata cutting across all boards that are interested in the peace building process. So I cannot say that we are categorically sponsored by the state government. No, we are not. We are individuals that are interested in peace, driven by commitment and passion to change the narrative. Henry, I tell you clearly that rather than for us to continue complaining, we need to take our destiny in our hands. We need to take our peace destiny in our hands. And that is the effort that you are seeing today.
Let's go deeper. Yeah. Right? If we're talking about sustainable development,
sustainable peace.
Yeah. Are we currently on the precipice of trying to achieve that? Could we say so? What is the winning strategy of, for instance, the governor of Bayelsa State that's, you know, sustaining peace? What is the strategy you think he's been implementing that's making for we to have peace?
Okay, well, first, I'm not a government spokesman, so that
no, just an analysis, if you look, because you're a stakeholder in the peace building.
That assignment, I will answer it, but I will compare it to that of River State, for instance. So you asked me.
No, I'm not talking about relatively peaceful now. I'm only saying, I'm a state that is relatively peaceful. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying what the governor is doing, that you think that it's the winning strategy for security. So maybe the next governor will also know that that's something I want to do.
Yeah, okay. So first thing, we know that Bayelsa needs development. And the best way for you to tackle security and peace is by providing development. Any government that lacks that, you are already on the pathway of insecurity. I don't think that development that is happening in Bayelsa happens in states like Iraq, states like Afghanistan. I don't think, because it's presumably trouble zone. But immediately you carry cement and want to do something, your enemy will come and strike and scatter it. So if you are on the trajectory of building sustainable peace, you must think about development. And development comes with economic power. Without economic power, whatever you do is only a man that has fed himself that can think of resolving himself out from conflict. Conflict itself is from different strata, and if you don't look at the economic well-being of the people, it becomes a problem.
You mentioned
so economic
development,
and economic and social status and disposition of the governor. You can see there are a lot of issues that ordinarily person will pick up and say, go knock them, go show them shaggy, go knock. Sometimes we wonder on those things.
If we want to discuss security and insecurity, what are the things that are likely to cause insecurity in Bayelsa? Some would mention militancy, right? Others would mention bunkery.
Let me mention those things.
Okay, militancy, bunkery.
No.
Mention now.
Bayelsa, we have grown beyond the issues about causes of conflicts. You know why? Conflict arises every day.
No, beyond conflict, insecurity.
Yeah, insecurity. You look at issues around resource mobilization and distribution.
Resource control?
Yes, resource control. Not the general resource, 13%. Among two brothers, there is resource control struggle.
Okay. Yeah.
You look at, that is where the issues about Tantita, security management, who does this, who does that.
That's why you mentioned the Delta State crisis.
So you see, among two brothers, there is resource control struggle.
as it applies to Bielsa?
Yes, I'm bringing it down so that we can apply it. Now again, the issues around environmental justice is a problem that I was ordinarily a farmer and I cannot go to my river, to my farmland to fish, to do this, to do that. You are depriving me of my, so I will respond. And if I respond, if you push me to the wall, you can't come and dictate the form in which I will come back. So I can come back with AK-47 to tell you. I can come back with dynamite to tell the river that I need to test it, since I know that you will pass. So if you tackle that issue about environmental justice and the realities of the environment, you have tackled a lot about it. Another driver of insecurity that we can look at clearly is issues around social vices. When we say social vices, you will see that reaction above board, and the result will be him carrying machete to stab somebody, him planning it. And if you look at this drug issue, you want to sponsor that lifestyle. Let's kidnap a judge. Let's kidnap. I'm telling you this so that you are seeing this when I'm telling. If I'm talking with facts and data. The drivers of this issue, you see them, the end point, being involved in crime. So if you curb the issues around social environment, the issues around social justice and equity, if you curb the issues around environmental justice, if you provide a base, a financial base, a revolving financial base, you will see that somebody that has something to do and something, all those trends. So by the time you do all that, you are rather looking at the drivers of insecurity. So for me, over time, I like using the subject, looking at the solution to solve the problem. So
from what you've mentioned now, you still did not act including militancy, and not active militancy, but
era has passed.
Militancy era has passed,
Yes.
but we are not removing from the equation that there are people who many believe are active, in gun carrying.
No, gun carrying is not militancy.
And when I say gun carrying, we're not talking about
militancy.
the basic gun carrying, like
No.
the type you'd see they used to go for basic armed robbery. No, that's not the gun
That's
carrying.
not militancy.
We're talking about people who are heavily armed
That's
and who
not
are
militancy.
situated in communities, people who they believe that they are the ones who would largely sometimes determine the electoral outcome in their domains. I'm going somewhere with this.
Yeah.
Militancy is there. You mentioned drug abuse. Now, drug abuse is not something that we've eradicated. I mean, if you ask some persons, they might not tell you that they have seen any visible thing that the governor is doing. Maybe you tell us what your organization is doing in the aspect of drug abuse. And
I'll tell you.
also, you talked about resource allocation and distribution. And I like to think that's around community crisis. That's what causes community crisis. And we've seen a number of them lately. Are there certain things that your organization or you have seen the government they are doing around resolving, or before it even happens, before such allocation disputes happen, people settle it amicably? I mean...
Okay, clearly we as the Bayelsa State Peace Architecture, I make bold to say we have intervened in 1,321 cases in a period of 30 months from the inception of this project. Now, some of our cases that we have handled, for instance, you said I should make references to it. Issues around the Barai Ayakiri issue is a community chieftaincy recognition issue that the king refused to recognize a particular community that had court judgment to be recognized as a community in Barai. And it got to a point where this community wanted to cause roadblock, to go and destroy, make protests to oil facilities and all that before we were informed about it. We intervened. We called both parties around and we discussed. And we informed them on the need to use dialogue as the tool. What is your problem? What is your challenge? And it turned out to be an ego thing. So eventually that was resolved and made it. But beyond that, there are a lot of challenges. As we speak now, we are tracking the Ogbemburi issue. We are tracking the Ogbemburi issue that has led to a chief to be in a questionable character that the state government has said, step aside, let's do investigation and all that. All those issues. We have issues in Otosega. We have chieftaincy issues, communal dispute, information. So one of the things that has aided all this is information sharing that we got from our early warning and early response mechanism. Like I said, it is spreading across all the communities. In every community, we have those that shares those information to us discreetly. We have a platform that you can report your rising trend of conflict that we can also handle. Now,
okay, there's a platform like that?
Yes.
On WhatsApp?
Yes. No, not on WhatsApp. It's a tracker, Bayelsa State Conflict Tracker. So if you have that challenge in your area that you notice, you report. We have trained over 500 persons.
Is that through a link? I'm just trying to get, so people who will watch this.
You can't join the link just like that. You must be trained. You know why? So that we can also regulate false information.
Okay.
That was why when the Polako incident happened, that they would tell you that, look, this incident is happening but it's false. But however, we need to monitor it.
The platform is people who are your members. They are the ones on the platform.
Yes.
They are the ones who could share information to you.
Yes.
So your network cuts across
all the
local government areas.
Yes, it does.
Is it beyond Bayelsa State? You had mentioned that.
No. Now in Bayelsa, we have the Bayelsa State Peace Architecture is also working with PIN Foundation. PIN Foundation is interested in peace in the Naija Delta. Okay. So there are circumstances and issues that are beyond Bayelsa. But again, you need to monitor it closely, because whatever happens in Delta, before you go to confront that, before you know, you see everybody, those that are perpetrating crime moving to Bayelsa. You see them from Bayelsa moving to River. So the trackers help us to track all those issues. So over the years, we have been able to resolve a lot of community crises, a lot of chieftaincy tussle, a lot of village setting crises, resource mobilization, resource control crisis within the community, security rising to insecurity. Rather than for military to intervene, we intervene to solve a lot of problems. And we advocate for the alternative dispute resolution mechanism, ADRO mechanism. That has aided us to also solve a lot of problems. For the purpose of the media and all that, we can't come out to say this one, because most of them are still peace building process. In peace building, you cannot come and give out your decisions outside, because by the time you do that, you don't know where the trigger is coming from. It can be reignited and it causes more problem for you. So we have done this so far to this point, sir.
Okay.
From what I'm getting from you, I want to believe that you get people from the host communities and you train them.
Yeah.
Such that they can use that
the
early warnings platform.
Yeah.
Where do you source your way to motivate these people? Because they would need some kind of motivation, especially to track these things as they happen, before they happen. From what you're saying, I'm getting it that you're a bit more proactive than the standard now. How do you motivate your people? Where do you get your finance to motivate them?
Okay, like I said before now, I was also dragged into the system like every other person because I'm interested in peace building. We were sponsored by the European Union, anchored by a program, curbing criminality and crime in the Niger Delta. And Search for Common Ground as a team was able to bring all of us together. We have Search for Common Ground, we have the PIN, and we have SDN as stakeholders. So in these various communities that they deploy these persons, people that are interested in peace building, there are people naturally, this problem, I really want to solve it. How can we continue to... So
the European Union funds you?
Yes, they funded, but where I'm going is that that funding stopped in April 2026.
Okay.
Yes, this year, that funding has stopped. But before they left, just like the coming of the Holy Spirit and God, I said, before I go, I leave my Holy Spirit with. So the Holy Spirit with us has been those persons that are on ground that have been trained severally.
Okay.
So those persons have been, they are still working with us. You don't need funding again. They have already been trained on peace building. They have already been trained on mediation. They have already been trained on intervention. And again, we also have the traditional rulers, the youth president, CDCs, cutting across all these local governments. So if we have a conflict in a particular place, we can quickly call the persons involved and say, look, oh, this is our challenge. This is the report we are getting from the grassroots. What we do is every conflict emanates from a community, true or false. It must, you can map it out to a community. So if the community has their method to solve that problem, it's better that you encourage them before they take arm and other things to solve that problem. So what we do is we encourage community-based peace process.
Okay, well, Dr. Enebratompe, you clearly have stated that you have a funding challenge.
Yeah.
Given that the European Union has stopped funding you, are you making plans to get another active partner who's funding your organization? Because you mentioned that people who are trained would not need money, but I like to think that they would need money at some point. If they don't need money, more trainings you would do, because you need more hands on deck, right? They would typically need money. So are you making such plans? Have you approached the government of Bayelsa State? You're operating within Bayelsa State. The peace that you are engendering is something the government also enjoys. Beyond the government, the Naija Delta Development Commission, the peace you're engendering also, they enjoy it, right? So are you making plans to reach out to these organizations?
Okay, first, in April 2026 this year, the Bayelsa State SPA was adjourned as the best in Nigeria.
By who?
By the European Union and Search for Common Ground and other funders.
So they didn't leave on the grounds that, on the basis that they had grouses or issues?
No.
They left because they did not have funds to continue?
No. Not every project has a timeline.
Okay.
So
it was
we are not, yes, it was on that basis. But we are also optimistic that they will also still come back.
So, but they think that the project is ended, but you are continuing with it?
No, they do not think the project has ended. The setting up of the project was for it to last, that the end point will be community leaders championing the peace process.
Okay.
So it wasn't built on a
so European, it's no longer a project now.
Yes, it's not. It wasn't built on a European Union funded kind of that will stay for a long time. The independence has to continue. That the ownership need to be local, because we are talking about peace is local. Then how can you fund something from foreign? Now let me quickly clear you on this, that before the European Union left, the Bayelsa State Peace Architecture has drafted a 21-page bill titled the Bayelsa State Community Peace Bill. That bill is ready, and you will see that, you see the bill.
A bill for a law for establishment
is 21
of the Community Peace Commission.
And it was a coalition of senior peace stakeholders led by a former senator, Senator Nimi Baria Amange, that have put up this. If you go to the last page, you will see the names there. They are not mean names in peace building in Bayelsa.
Okay.
So this bill was presented to the deputy governor formally, that we want a situation whereby we build bridges for sustainable peace in Bayelsa. So if we want to build a sustainable peace process, we need to institutionalize the peace process in Bayelsa. And the Bayelsa State Community Peace Commission will step in from where the European Union, Search for Common Ground and other funders have stopped. So they are stepping in. But before that time, we have also moved ahead to domicile this whole structure with the Ministry of Community Development. We have a running office in that ministry now. The ministry has furnished.
Oh wow.
The ministry has furnished the office. We have an office complex that we use to track this company. So the Bayelsa State buy-in is already there. That we have the Ministry of Community Development anchoring this peace process, because there is no development without peace. So we are looking forward to a point where the state government will call partners together. We also formally present this bill to the House to commence the bill process. But for now that has not been done, we are working with the Ministry of Community Development to anchor this entire process. So for us, we are on a good state. Recently, we also visited the local content, Nigeria Content Development Act, and they also reiterated their support for this, because they look at our trajectory, what we have been doing over time, and also the projection of peace in Niger Delta, using Bayelsa as a springboard. So they are also in support of it. We intend to also meet the NDDC, Tantita, and other organizations that we look at that we can partner in terms of sustainable peace building. Okay. And if these persons come, it's our hope that Bayelsa will be better off for it.
Okay. One of the major challenges we have of insecurity would be that revolves around courtism and being drug. We've mentioned drug already. We've not tackled courtism. being one who chairs the Bayelsa State you're the secretary of the organization, Bayelsa State Peace Architecture.
Yeah.
Okay. But being one who is one of the leaders of the Bayelsa State Peace Architecture, you also must know that courtism is a problem, and it seems as though we are not tackling it as we ought to tackle it. It feels as though it's a problem that festers on. Recently, we had stories of courtists who was arrested and he was handed over to the police, reprimanded by the Bayelsa State security volunteers, but handed over to the police. But there was this concern people have that even after he's been handed over to the police, you see him back into the society. Like, they cannot follow through on the prosecution and remand this person, even while there is good evidence that he's robbed many persons, and also he was caught with a gun. How are we going to navigate past this? How are we going to ensure? How is the organization, going to navigate around this to ensure that those who have been caught for breaking the law and causing unrest, they are behind bars? They are put behind bars.
Well, you know that is a security issue. My focus over time has been on peace building. So I'll use the peace as a...
you build peace without security?
No. I'll use the peace as a yardstick to now solve that problem. Now, we also visited the Chief Judge of Bayelsa State, I think 2 weeks ago. 1 week, last week, we visited the Chief Judge to say, these are the indices we have been tracking. For instance, the issue that you raised, that people will commit crime and also be returned back to the streets. The basic thing is that Nigeria is rule governed. It's governed by a law. The law says you can't arrest person over and detain the person more than 24 hours, except otherwise there are certain exemption issues around arson, when the person has possession of firearms, all that. So the exemption are there. And if the person is committed towards bail, that court has granted that they should bail the person, nobody, you can't hold the person otherwise.
I get this impulse from what you're saying. I get this vibe that you are more into peace than the lack of justice that causes the lack of peace.
Okay. No.
Because sometimes, to a great extent, you can only have peace when the justice system is not totally broken. The example he just provided for you is that shows that no matter how you make peace here, without justice, the peace will just be it's not really anything. So what is your commitment to the justice end of the fact that peace will not happen without that process, without justice?
Okay, clearly one, we need to also look at our laws. Most of our laws are not intended with the reality. So I was part of those that championed the ACJ law, domesticating the ACJ laws in Bayelsa. I was part of those that was involved in the VAB law. I was part of those that was involved in the gender response GRITs that led to GRIT, the child rights law. I was part of. So all these trends also support my background in peace building. Because if you see our laws, there is a need for us to look critically on our laws. They are not totally in tandem with the realities and the operation. You remember, it was only recently that the court granted that you can admit evidence through your gadgets, through your phones. Before now, it wasn't that. And the criminal justice system doesn't recognize all those things before now. But it was the ACJN law that brought all that opening doors. And so we as peace interested people that are interested in peace, it's not that we are also not looking at it, but going forward, the laws is the first thing. What do we do differently to strengthen our laws? We are also looking at educating members of the public, especially the traditional rulers, chiefs, and all that. Let's see how we can go back to our means of resolving conflict, because that is the only way out for insecurity. Before you know, if you recall, when somebody commits a crime of murder, they will tell the family to provide 3 persons, most preferably virgins, so that Henry maybe can marry one of that time and all that. Say, bring 3 virgins for us, for who you are. So if there is a problem, it is not your problem. The whole family go gather and say, oh boy, this is what they do. When you do until when it happen, not be my pikin go come carry you. So all that community processes of guiding individual, but today we are seeing that completely eroded. That if something happens, we will now arrest the person and take the person to the court and tell the judge to pronounce judgment. And so we need to go back to those traditional methods of solving our conflict. We have our own model of solving conflict. Like I always say, the prison was not built for us. The prison was not built for us. We have situations on those days that if you do something, they will sentence you to the bad bush. And whatever happens to you there, maybe lions are there, different. If you survive it, you survive it. And so our traditional values, our laws need to also be rigid for us to see the present. So I think for us, we also do campaigns towards that direction. I understand your point that there is no way that we can preach peace without looking at the factor of insecurity. We cannot preach peace without looking at the drivers of
because behind lack of peace, usually there are perpetrators. And if there's no persecution for perpetrators, the peace is useless. It's useless. So usually peace bodies like this tend to want to cause peace with the absence of the actions and persecution for the perpetrators. So
no, our own is different. I make bold to tell you, you know of the Yenizwegene camp. I think they call it Afghanistan. Yenizwegene, the place that the
Barak.
The Hausa men were staying. That place was a drug center, and we were part of those that provided credible intelligence for the state governments to move in to crank that place. And now I make bold to tell you, our investigation is also revealing that they have crossed to the other side.
To which other side, please?
Outside the river.
Okay, across the river now.
Across the river now. There is syndicates that are operating. I'm just telling you because of to tell you.
It's the media, so it's
what we do.
Let's talk about security some more and talk about policing even. There are currently efforts to bring about state policing across Nigeria, and well, the bill is currently ongoing. It's really supported by the executive too. But there are fears from people that the state police will make for governors to abuse the powers that they will be given or granted. You clearly don't favor this argument. Do you not fear that there will be abuse of power, that the governors might use this as a means
and
to
I think this will resonate
fight the opposition?
This will resonate to you. We have fact-sharing money every month, and it goes to the coffers of the government, headed by the state government. Is there any time that we are afraid that because the governor spend the money, that fact should suspend the money? It is not. It is not. So our view over the time is that state police, of course, is a challenge towards peace building. By that I mean there are issues of personal interest that will arise. It's natural. But how well are we going to navigate towards it and sustain peace? There are rules that the state police need to play. You cannot tell police that is 74,774 local government. You will take 74,000 police to police 774 local government. So if you do the estimate, we have less than one police to a community. It will not work. You can do the estimate.
Well, the reason we have the shortage is because there is paucity of funds, and the federal government are rather committing funds to other areas. And the federal government shares these funds through FAC to the states. And the states also don't have enough funds. But also might have quite considerable amount of advantage, better choice of word, to compare with other states that don't quite receive a lot at the end of the month. But even with Bayelsa State, there is also a challenge of funds and where to place these funds. Do you see us in Bayelsa State recruiting more police officers?
No, already. I think, and I thank the vision of the governor. The Bayelsa State volunteer was already in place before now.
Bayelsa State volunteer, are they not even understaffed?
No, they are.
They're understaffed?
They are, clearly.
Severely understaffed?
Yes, they are. We also have the Bayelsa State vigilante
understaffed,
that has moved towards the Bayelsa State Community Safety Corps.
All?
Yes, that they have. So,
incorporated?
So, if you look at this, I think they have over 1,000 staff that was employed that time that they were incorporated.
During the Bayelsa State Safety Corps?
Yes,
right.
Safety Corps employment. They have over 1,000. The governor was supposed to employ 3,000, cutting across all the communities. But I think that was delayed a little to see that the Bayelsa State, the state police team would be streamlined. But what I'm saying in essence is, all this effort, we are already on ground. And it is our belief that if the state police comes on stream, they will do employment, they will do engagement, they will do stakeholders mapping. And with all that, you will see people, our youth, joining the security force. It is clear, because ordinarily now, Dr. Priye, I'm not receiving salary for security. But am I not working? I'm not receiving
you're
salary.
Passionate about...
Yes. I'm not receiving salary, but I'm working.
The IG answers to the president, because the president places the IG. He determines who's going to be IG.
Yeah.
And with state policing, the governor will have to determine who's going to be...
Not totally.
Not totally, though, but...
No, totally.
Not totally.
No, totally.
The way it is organized, to the best of my knowledge as I speak, is that the Police Service Commission will be the ones doing
Not
the
Police Service Commission.
nomination.
They are going to create Police Service Commission in the states. They are going to create State Police Service Commission, not federal.
So there are still gray areas
to
in
do
this
the
thing,
nomination.
Yes.
While the assembly...
Governor will ratify finally. Okay. That is how. So the way that you have Police Service Commission in the federal, that is how you are going to have that in the states.
Okay. Because this was an argument.
No. That's how you are going to have that in the state. I have seen the proposals. I have studied it. Because when the president did that, he passed it to the National Assembly. You remember the House of Reps has ratified it, saying we are okay with it, let's move it to the Senate. So it is at that stage. So I have studied that document. The way we have the state, the federal police service, that is what we have in state. So it is still the governor.
The police effectively leaves the exclusive
list.
No.
No. It's still the governor. But I make bold to tell you, we have the commissioner for finance nominated by the governor. Is it that he's not doing his work as expected? He's still doing the job.
These examples you're giving are examples that they are doing the work for the development and for the regime. Now, the police is not supposed to serve the regime. It's serving the people. And when you are serving the people and you are picked by the regime, there's still this place where you have to serve the regime, and that's not the work of the police. And it makes the police very easy to let me give you an example. Now, the governor, for instance, is an APC. That's not an instance. It's an APC now, and because he controls the police at that time, he will control the police at that time. It's easy to say, withdraw police from the other party. Don't do this, don't do that, because the police answers to the state now. So using the police as a weapon for the regime is easier now, if we agree. How do we fight against that situation?
Okay, first, the state police law has not come. By that I mean it has not been domesticated. So if that law comes, these are the fears that we are going to.
That are real fears.
Yes, these are real fears that we are going to look at. It is not because a man, you loses your semen that you will not give birth to a bouncing baby boy. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's not because you will lose your semen that you will not give birth to a baby boy. You will lose it, and the child will also grow. As he's growing, you will see the different stages. You will see what to do. So for me, that, like I always say, let's look at the law first. Let the law come back to the states, and we'll see how we can domesticate it. We'll see how we can raise our voices towards it. And it is only that, and I know that the governor is a listening governor, that if we raise our voice, it's not for us to be on the fence. We are going to tell him clearly, look, these are things, especially in the process of recruiting, especially in the process of who leads the organization. Can that person track record be explored? Can we unveil these are the things that we also, for me, I think when we get there, I think it will be better off for us.
Let's wrap up with you talking to us concerning the things you're doing to discourage these vices, the cultism and the drug abuse. What programs do you have in place?
Clearly, by January 2026 this year, between June, July last year to January, we decided to tour all universities across Bayelsa. Our message was simple: to look at the drivers of conflicts. There are a lot of security details, information that we have that this person say, I was high. Yeah. They arrest you, say you were high. Okay. Now that you are low, bring the person that did this. You say, they'll start crying. Say, I was on drugs. Hey, you're on drugs. What do we do from here? You're on drugs, you went to stab this person. And now, share your eye don't clear. So what do you? So beyond looking at those issues, we decided to take a campaign towards all tertiary institutions. And I make bold to tell you, and I'm reporting it back to you. When we went to NDU, it was part of our campaign on drugs that led to the arrest of a man in Amasuma that NDLA arrested the highest drug peddler in that community. So on record, you can Google and you will see the highest drug peddler in NDLA. Within that period of that campaign, we laid intelligence, we laid surveillance, and we were able to do that. So our message is simple. Beginning from the tertiary institution, before you bring a student to the school, please test him on drugs. Before he graduates, you test him on drugs. So that within the period of him being in the university, if maybe peer group pressure and all that and you suspect, you take the child back to the testing point to test him. before he can. So when you are graduating from school, you have a same graduates. We have a lot.
Since
we
you're
have
testing
things that are happening in our university and tertiary institution. You cannot document them. We have a lot. So let's begin from having a same graduates. And we took that campaign to various schools. NDU, I told you about the arrest. In Federal University of Tweke, they have decided to make a law that before you enter the university, you will be tested. And before you graduate from the school, you also be tested on drug. As you are defending your project, you are doing your final clear, you also get tested.
You say these are as what they confirmed to you, that they decide to have that law?
No, the Senate, they have sat on that. I'm not in that university, I don't know but the update is that they are to give a takeoff point that, okay, from this intake, we are going to, but we did that advocacy, and the school brought it into the vision. So we have visited schools like that to discourage drug peddling and drug. That is on drugs. On cultism, we see a situation whereby issues around cultism is a problem in Bayelsa. We see it getting rise every day. And we are thinking of going back to visit the laws on cultism. In Delta, for instance, in Edo, for instance, you see the issues about death. That if any person is found wanting in cultism, in kidnapping, you are sentenced to death.
Governor Kwebolo is troubling.
Yes, Dr. Kwebolo has Governor Kwebolo has stated. So we think of how we can rejig some of those our laws, so that we can have not severe punishment, but what do we do differently to discourage that? Is advocacy. So we are using the grassroots to top approach to see how we can. I made bold to tell you that a lot of issues we have discouraged those calls. That when somebody is arrested as a result of cultism, they will call the governor and say, my child, your child. So what about the other person's child that was killed? What about the other person? So even those in the positions in government, we have taken that campaign to the SA poll and other key players on anything that has to do with insecurity. Please, there are limitations to it, because today it can be your time, tomorrow it can be your next. So we have been doing those campaigns.
I would like to thank you so much, Dr. Poye, for coming in and having this discuss with us today. Before we go, you've really spoken a lot. We had thought maybe we'd leave you, and so you have a breather a little bit. Would you want to give your message to Bayelsans, to youths, to people who could help engender the peace initiative and the peace campaign you're carrying across Bayelsa State?
Okay, first, following the EU and Search for Common Ground model, we identify that peace, anyhow you talk, my brother, now person where you don't believe food, you talk peace. Not be when hungry the cash person. Now you go come talk, say make we dey peaceful, it doesn't work that way. We must identify the drivers of poverty. Poverty is a basic problem, and for me, from the indices we are having, every day is even getting worse. So how do we solve this problem? The Bayelsa State Peace Architecture over time recommended that let's look at holistic means to solve this problem over time. And we have also done some community projects across Bayelsa in 16 communities. Some communities, cassava processing plant furnished, and things are going on like that. Some communities decided that they want to train their individuals, their youth, on skill acquisitions, different ways. So over 1.5 billion was expended for that purpose. But let me come back to the nitty-gritty that we should not look at peace in isolation. Peace is a responsibility of all of us. Not just saying it, we should act peace. While we are acting peace, I make bold to tell you again, we have budget for insecurity. Is it not? Security votes. That's what it's called. We have budget for education. We have budget for development, community infrastructure. We have budget for health. Where is the peace budget? So
it's not part of security.
It's
not part of security.
No. it means that we are promoting these restings and neglecting the peace. So if a community is peaceful, if a community doesn't do violence, it means that you don't have a plan for them. What do you do to sustain peace in those communities? So you have to have a peace budget and peace fund. And that is why the Bayelsa State Community Peace Commission, we are advocating for it to be established. It will cater for all this and also to address these issues across board.
Thank you so much, Dr. Enebraton Priye. You've really you've spoken a lot of wisdom too. I like to add that. Thank you for coming in on Chat with Naija Live TV. Dr. Enebraton Priye is the secretary of another organization that's fronting peace in Bayelsa State. They call themselves the Bayelsa State Peace Architecture. He is the secretary and coordinator of this very organization, and he's also the vice chairman of the Nigerian Union of Journalists, just to add that little bit there. Thank you again for coming in.
Thank you very much.
To discuss with us. My name is Henry Ahami. We now have had Israel with me on the program. Thank you. On the next one, bye-bye.
Oh wow. Action for peace.
Thank you.
Well, if you're putting in for a job, you already are aware that you most likely will be getting a 6-month probation. Well, thank you plenty for joining us on Chat with Naija Live Television. My name is Henry. Hello there, jolly good afternoon. Thank you for joining us on this edition of Chat with Naija Live Television, where we discuss important issues that will cause societal change with important personalities. And today we turn our attention to the environment, specifically matters of erosion. That's something we will typically complain about. You know, several communities in Bayelsa State, Obogoro, Dioma, a number of communities are rocked by this particular phenomenon. And sometimes we wonder what the causes are. Many would say that humans are part of the cause. We here in Bayelsa might be part of this cause, and a particular thing we do, certain things we do, could cause this problem. Narrowing down now, there is one particular matter that's been subject of controversy. It's been all over the social media, people frowning at government for deciding to take what many say is the bold step to place a ban on its mining. It's black sand. So we discuss black sand today and the consequences it has for our environment. I mean, the mining of it. My name is Henry. Ifla had mentioned that this is Chat Naija Live Television, and today we have a renowned environmentalist. He is also the head of ECAD in Bayelsa State. ECAD is the Environmental Conservation, Agricultural and Rural Development. He's also the technical advisor to the governor of Bayelsa State on environment. I mentioned a renowned environmentalist. He is Comrade Lagomero. It's good to have you. Comrade, welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Ahan, for having me here for the very first time, and thank you.
Made in appearance.
Yes,
you're
made
welcome,
in appearance, and thank you for inviting me.
All right, sir, let's get right to it. Black sand. I think many persons, when you mention mining and mining of sand, they immediately come to terms with what that entails, but there is an angle to it now, or a word has been added to it, black sand mining. What exactly is the difference between black sand mining and proper mining? At the end of the day, you mine sand, no? But what's the difference between black sand mining and mining? Let's understand what black sand mining is entirely.
All right, thank you very much. You know, in terms of natural resources, when you are taking natural resources from the environment, just like gold, earth materials, they all fall within mining. Even when you are drilling, extracting oil, they are all falling within the extractive industry. Yeah. The only difference with this black sand mining is that it is on top of this, you know, the soil, on top of the ground. You may not need to dig too far. And you know that the Bayelsa state government had placed, ban on the sand mining, sand dredging all around the state before the issue of black sand actually hit public space. And because of the indiscriminate sand dredging, which poses a danger to public property, private properties around our communities, the government deemed it fine to ensure that the mining of sand is regulated, especially when you talk about commercial mining, mining for building construction, road construction, and all of that is huge. And so unregulated mining at the end of the day will result in a situation whereby we begin to blame government. Where is the government? We will call government all sorts of names. As an activist, I know the names we used to call government. Even irresponsibility, irresponsible government ought to act like this, ought to act like that. And so, when black sand mining came into our lexicon, the government also sent out officials to go and investigate. They came back, they confirmed, and before his demise, may he so rest in peace, the former deputy governor. Unfortunately, we are looking at it as a controversial issue. It ought not to be, because black sand is now found in our environment. There is need for us to ensure that it is properly not only regulated, but ensure that at the end of the day, it does not pose danger to our communities, our environment, and also revenue loss to government and also to the communities. That's why regulation is very important. And don't forget, Bayelsa State stands a very good ground to benefit from it, if we want to go to that, because the state has the longest stretch on the Atlantic coastline, running from Brass local government area, southern Naija, and the Kirimo. No state in the Niger Delta has that type of stretch. It's only Bayelsa, and so we have a comparative advantage. And that's why, to properly regulate this, the governor has set up machineries of relevant agencies, officers are working on it. Also considering the fact that recently there was a victory in the courts where the Lagos state government and the Bayelsa state government came out victorious against the federal government, trying to control everything about our marine ecosystem, waters. And the ruling was that anything on top, on the surface, belongs to the state. The state can control. And so we stand a better chance of
anything on the surface. Black sand, is it inclusive?
Definitely, it's on the surface.
It's on the surface?
Yes, on the surface. And when you talk about surface, the petroleum industry talk about 6 feet below, anything 6 feet below.
Okay.
Okay. So this one is above 6 feet.
Above 6
anything
feet.
Above 6 feet.
Okay.
And the governor has also asked the relevant office to study the ruling and then come up with a necessary advice for the way forward.
You mentioned southern Naija, Karimo, and Brass. This means that black sand can only be found around this area, and so the other local governments in Bayelsa need not concern themselves with the issue of whether there is black sand in their domain or not. Or can we, by chance, find black sand also in all these local governments?
Yes, by you may, because they talk about washing off, wearing off of rocks, and then the waves bringing them to land, to the shore.
Okay, that's exactly the black sand.
Yes, but then, like you did ask, we may find it in other local governments, because I read what Professor Adias, Teddy Adias, also scripted on it, and these are experts and researchers. He did mention about black sand in other local government, and talked about certain things. And if places like Ahoda is also talking about it, Port Harcourt is talking about it. I heard there is a factory in Ahoda dealing with black sand. So people have gone far with this, so we are just waking up, and I think we need to get it right.
But if we're discussing black sand mining, a ban on black sand mining, and we've already made a move, there are people who before now benefited from mining black sand who are now going to be unemployed as a result of this ban. Is it possible that the government will be making a move in their direction to help them with, because I mean, I don't know exactly what the government will be doing, because you can't exactly tell them to go learn a skill now, except maybe give them the enablement to open up a business or something. But is the government looking in that direction? Because unemployment breeds what's it called now, theft and insecurity and all of those things. So maybe so the government does not, in trying to solve one problem, cause another problem.
Yes, I think the government will not on its own go out to deny people chances of making a living, livelihood. The only thing is that an unregulated, the earlier you start with the regulation, the better. So the people who say they have been mining all those while they've been benefiting, let them also wait a little bit now for the system to be regulated. I know some are complaining, they go to logging, people say no. They go to coal fire, they say no. They come to sand mining, they say no. But we shouldn't forget that some countries do not have crude oil. They depend on their forest resources, you know, and those places, they regulate these resources that they have. And Bayelsa State need to take positive advantage of this, you know, new gold that we have found. If we hadn't named crude oil black gold, maybe it's this one that would have named black gold. Like lithium. Lithium is being mined in Kogi, Nasarawa, and some other place, Kaduna, like that. And it is called white gold because it is whitish. And they have their largest factory in the capital of Nasarawa State, Lafia. And the factory is there. It is working in the interest of both the investor and for the state. People who are working in that industry are also benefiting. So we are looking at a situation whereby the government, at the end of the day, will ensure that if investors are coming after proper environmental impact assessment to ensure that our environment is safe enough, then allow these people to operate within the state, manufacture whatever you want to, refine it here in the state, so that you give employment to our people, our teaming unemployed, you know, youths, and other category of persons that are qualified. That way, it will be a win-win situation. The state will benefit, the communities will benefit, and those who are employed will also benefit with the investor. Mind you, we have been shouting on top of the roof about coastal erosion. And I, for one, I have not been satisfied, because I have been in the fore, calling on the federal government, the Ecological Fund, calling on NDDC, and even the state government, because Bayelsa State is most deltaic and suffers more of the, you know, impacts when it comes to flooding, eroding our community waterfronts, river banks, then the waves eating off our communities on the coastline, right from, like you did mention, Ojiama, Congo, Sangana, Brass, Opoma, you go to up to, you know, from Ekeni, Eze, to up to Bilabiri. And so, we have been shouting and we've not been seeing the type of response that we ought ordinarily to get. And should we now allow people to exacerbate or increase those things that we have been saying is affecting the communities?
Now, comrade, this is exactly the reason many persons are concerned. We know we struggle from coastal erosions. We struggle from erosion, quite all right. But is erosion the only reason government is deciding to place a ban on black sand mining? Put differently, is black sand mining the entire cause of erosion in our communities, in Odioma, Afropa, and all of the communities you mentioned? Can we point to black sand mining as the ultimate cost, as the only cost? Or if we were to rate or the causes rather of black sand mining, would we, or rather erosion, would we put black sand mining at the top of it?
We should not walk that path of saying that we have been suffering from erosion since, like some people will say. I remember going to some coal fire sites and somebody was defending. All along they've not been cleaning the spill sites, they've been flaring gas, and so now that we've gotten where we will get our own living, we do it. We do our own coal fire. You see the excuse? So if others have been doing, if the government have not been, have not put off gas flare, it has not ended, and then they are not doing clean up, while we are shouting that they should do clean up, so you say you also add to that problem. That is not logical. The right thing to do is to prevent anything that will, encourage that type of undesirable situation or condition, environmental condition. Apart from that, don't forget, even the lithium that they are mining, like lead mining in Zamfara, we know how many people that died. Some years ago, a lot of people died because of lead poisoning. Even this Nasarawa where they are mining lithium, it is giving them some environmental problem, poisoning their source of drinking water. We know artisanal miners, even in the gold sector, even in Ghana, there was a time this Galamsey, they call it Galamsey, artisanal miners. But as we speak, I just came from Abuja on Thursday, West African countries, Nigeria, we all met. And some persons from Ghana, they were still telling us that because of the artisanal mining and even the real industries, most of their water, they cannot drink water again. Fishes are dying on their own. It's poisoning. Now, if you look at these essential minerals, because as we say, we are shifting away from fossil fuel, maybe we are going to the renewables. People are now discovering more very important minerals that will aid, in computer production, battery life. Most of the computer we use, the phone we use, and other, industrial use. People are going into debt. And that is why these minerals are all important. And as you go into mining them in large quantity, commercial quantity, and even maybe to the point of processing them, the byproducts may result in ways that will poison our people. And we'll leave this to the experts. When I read through what Professor Teddy Adias presented, he mentioned some of the hazards. I don't want to begin to on screen here, begin to read the script. Otherwise, in fact, I printed it out before coming, but I don't want to read on screen.
We could just indulge you, if it's a minute, since you already printed it out. Okay. We could indulge you. It's best that we know of the consequences of this. Get to the part where it's a lengthy script, yeah. We all get to the part of the consequences and read it out, because for biologists are watching, and it's important to get that knowledge out there, so people know that when they indulge, it's the consequences.
Like here, he talked about radioactivity. Monazite is one of the elements you find in them. It's naturally radioactive. It contains thorium and uranium, which are naturally occurring radioactive materials. Research published in Science Reports has demonstrated that rutile, zircon, and monazite from black sand mining site carry radioactivity concentration that exceeds the average world safety limits for sand texture materials. Now you are talking about radioactive materials.
These are things that, like uranium is used for making nuclear weapons. Yes,
nuclear weapon, aerospace, all those things, paint manufacturing, quite a lot are involved.
Now there is, you just read this, and then it occurred to me that there is just too many abundant resources the Niger Deltans have been blessed with, and this is yet another one, monazite, you mentioned, within which we have uranium, and this is something that many did not quite think Nigeria has or possesses. A lot of economic opportunities there. Is government looking to tap into it, or does it just stop at placing a ban? What's the next step? I'm asking because I know you are technical advisor to the governor.
Look at what he even made reference to the governor. He said, quoting the governor, we are already suffering from the challenges of oil and gas exploitation, environmental pollution, environmental degradation, and the loss of aquatic resources. We do not want a repeat of that experience through the unregulated mining of black sand. He quoted the governor. Now, the need for regulation is not to deny citizens or investors. The government also needs money, revenue, not only from oil, because oil is a finite resource.
Okay. Now, oil is regulated. Oil mining, extraction is regulated. Yet we see this much disaster it causes in the Naija Delta.
You see, the advantage of solid mineral mining is that this is solid mineral. The law between oil mining and solid mineral mining are different. The federal government's act on solid mineral 2007 indicates, and we know, that double standard in this mining sector. When the person who the investor has gotten license to come and operate in your environment, he has to go into agreement with the community on community development matters. The community will place their demand, and it's when they agree that the process will go on. It is not MOU as our people have been writing with oil companies. MOU are just like gentleman agreement that can be discarded at any time. And that's why sometimes we advise our communities, it should be agreement, not MOU. So the Solid Mineral Act stated categorically that it should be an agreement reached between the one who has gotten the license to go and mine with the community. So you see that there are opportunities for the communities too when the time comes. So government has to look into all of this, look at the Nigerian mining, solid mineral mining law. The state government will also look at where it can also come in that our people will benefit, the communities will benefit. So regulating is not bad. Even if your child today now wins billions of dollars, I think you should be able to advise the person, especially if the person doesn't have the capacity to think.
Now, comrade, regulating is not bad.
Yes.
At all. It's not bad. Well, the problem now is we live in Nigeria, and I'm sure you also know that it is a country where many have said, and we have evidently seen, that anything can go when certain monetary promises exchange hands.
Yes.
The people who are involved in this, although the locals are involved, but many would say that it is even foreign interests. So they also have basic agreements with the locals who now allow them to go ahead with this mining. These are foreign interests that are ready to at any point do this and give to any other person who is supposed to be supervising them, and then they allow for mining to take place. The question I'm asking here is, in all of these, would we not still see mining that is going to be done without environmental impact assessment?
Very good. Before any investor will go to the field and start operating, the state government's policies will be expected to be adhered to, whereby the community component will be there. The government has said that it will not honor any agreement between communities and any such investor going behind. Now we have won. The state has won a case that anything on top belongs to the state. Nobody owns natural resources. Nobody is stopping you from going to the bush to go and cut your palm trees and do your palm oil. Nobody is stopping you from going to do your fishing and farming. But when you come to this mining and unregulated timber, logging, then a responsible government needs to do something. I empathize with our community people, because as an environmentalist, if anything happens and we don't speak, they say Alagwa don't look the other side, they don't chop money. I never chop money from any community. I never chop money. No community can accuse Alagwa Morris, since I've been doing this work, that I've ate 1 penny from them, that they've sent me 200,000, 100,000, 50,000. I'm boldly saying it here. No community. So if I look the other side, the highest thing they will say, stomach infrastructure. He has collected money. It's because he's in government, he doesn't want to say anything. No. Wherever I am, the community's environment interests should be protected. Then again, if it is not regulated, like most of the insecurity that is happening, the meeting I went to, the conference I went to in Abuja, all these things came out. Some of the insecurity issues that we are having is because of these mining issues. People are mining very seriously, fine, minerals in the north, Kogi and some other places, and they don't want people to come close. There are places where there are secret airstrips. The foreigners will come, they take and they go. And we don't want our own within our shorelines for people to be armed with gun and then say, no, nobody comes here. And then maybe they turn the gun against even us. Because some persons will come with ship from the Atlantic and then come and collect and go. So, it is better we understand ourselves for the sake of peace and genuinely go about this mining when the window is open and when we know how to go about it. Allow the experts to also advise us that if you do like this, no problem. If you do like this, it will hurt our communities and us.
Okay.
Yes.
As it stands, the window is not open yet, so people cannot legitimately or legally put in to start mining.
Illegal. That's why it is called illegal.
And what I'm saying is the state government has not already finalized modalities as to one who is looking to go into the business properly, to go into the black sand mining business properly.
Yes, I think...
Or can anybody who's looking to mine now immediately approach the state government already and get authorization to do so?
The Commissioner for Commerce and Trade, I think he was on radio this morning saying that government is doing something about investors and the sand mining. I think they are working around the clock to ensure that the window is open as soon as possible and carrying the communities along. Communities should also organize. Sometimes it's not good to just stay far and cry. Organize yourself and come to the relevant office and ask questions. Okay. Why is this happening like this? Why is this thing happening? Government will tell you why things are going that way. Otherwise, this lack of communication will just be making things unpalatable for all of us.
The very week that the state government announced the ban
yes.
on black sand mining, pictures flooded the internet, Facebook particularly. I saw photos, I saw pictures, I beg your pardon, videos, right, of a naval carrier or something, escorting what seemed to be black sand. I'm sure you saw it too, the way you're smiling. I confirm that you saw it too. I also mentioned foreign interests, and these are people who typically engage these federal security operatives to, perpetrate these illegal mining. Beyond the ban that's been placed, is the state government setting up a task force that will be made up of security agencies as well, that will ensure that stuff of this nature does not happen, that we don't see a foreign interest using another security apparatus to move signs illegally mined? Is it possible? Has the government done anything in that regard? So it goes beyond talk. I know that they also, was it last year or 2 years back, when they started talking about indiscriminate logging of wood and felling of woods? At first it was just a talk until I think a task force was set for it. So there's been some sort of improvements now in that regard, But has the state government done anything of that nature? Are they still on the initial stages of black sand mining has to be a thing?
Talking about foreign investors or foreign interests, for now, I do not have that fact. But whatever be the case, there must be insiders. I saw that boat allegedly carrying black sand and being escorted by gunboats, and it goaded me to make a statement on Facebook. That was in June, and also some persons were arrested. I was also one of those who pleaded that those persons arrested should be released. It's just happening now. They were looking for their daily bread.
They've also been released, I learned.
Yes. So what is there is that there will always be insiders doing that. Trust Nigerian businessmen. Sometimes it's not even, some of those people doing that, and it's not poverty. We have the real cocoa guys that are suffering, that their own is a day, if they're able to load 50 bags and get their 1,000 naira per bag, they will dance, hallelujah. But there are some people who have fat bank accounts. They have hundreds of millions in their account, You can't call those people poor people now. Those are the type of people that are pushing this type of businesses, that will have the audacity to meet military men, meet their oga pata and then say, I want this, and then maybe the oga pata will give go ahead, say.
They do this also using the local people who they employ. So that employment, 10-20% for each miner would not be there. That's the ripple effect.
Yes, you cannot because of today. Remember tomorrow. You cannot because of today. The concept of sustainable development is that as you're operating, as you like this thing and you want to take it in a sustainable way, that the man that is the one that is still in the womb will also come and partake in that thing, not to just voraciously finish everything. Like those who will tell Pontius Pilate that let it happen, the punishment be on our children, because they want to kill Jesus. No, not like that. Say, let us finish it now. No. If you go to our environment, sometimes some people don't even see monkey anymore. But in those days while we are growing, but before you travel from Port Harcourt to Nembe and Brass, you see the monkeys come and they'll be playing by the bank of the river. Today you don't see them anymore. A lot of things have happened in our environment. So we should not act like the Israelites who say, crucify him and let the punishment be on our children. You now you should receive your punishment. Leave the other people coming to.
Well, it seems as though we were already receiving our consequences for the ones our parents did to us. So we should not be looking to do same to our children if we love them.
Yes, exactly. So let's pray that government's action will be swift enough, will move fast for us to ensure that we look at the pros and the cons, do environmental impact assessment, and ensure the safety of the environment within our communities. Then, with proper investors, they allow the ball to keep rolling.
Okay, well, as it stands, it's state government that's still doing the advocacy, and they've placed the ban, they're doing the advocacy. Do you see other stakeholders? What other stakeholders do you see trying to also engage the locals and help in promoting this message? And are they doing it, or have they all left it for the state government?
Right now, the situation is a bit tense and dicey. Any person who comes out and say, no dua, you are like an enemy.
To the people.
Because you see food that is ready, and the person wants to eat, you say,
no,
don't eat. You know? So most people are looking at it from that angle. So it's few people like us who will say, in the interest of all of us, now so the team view, I support you, say you're supposed to eat that food. But allow them, making cold first. We eat and now, you get as you go do you. You know, many people don't want to be abused. They don't want to see themselves as sellout. They don't want to be called names. So people have not started going into it. But I think very soon, people are going to, like where we were advocating for bullfire to be licensed. And some of us started it early on radio, TV, newspaper, even right before former deputy governor, retired Godbia John Jonah, and SLG, right in the government house here. Even JTF commander was here. We said it, advocated for it, that do proper feasibility study and allow these people to operate, grant them license. But the powers that be has not consented to that. So whatever I believe in, I will say it. Yeah, provided it is something which is sayable. Yes, but I won't advise people to go against the law. If the law says don't do, but there will always be people to disobey the law. And that's why we have the law enforcement agencies. That's why we have the penitentiaries, the prisons, the correctional centers. And if you say no, you won't agree, then.
Okay.
But I don't want people to go to that extent of say, I not go agree.
Now, talking about the law, it isn't quite stipulated what your fine would be, how whether you go to prison, what the prison imprisonment terms would look like. It isn't, because it has not gotten to the State Assembly, and the State Assembly has not done anything for it. Do you not think that this is something that the State Assembly should immediately move on and provide a legal framework? Even the issue of indiscriminate felling of woods, the State Assembly is yet to look into it as per way of legislation, and well, pretty soon they will be wrapping up their term in office.
This is another opportunity for me to use the opportunity to advocate for the forestry law that has passed through public hearing to see the light of day. Just as advocating for the Bayelsa Directorate for Flood and Erosion Control to have a legal backing. Now, just about a year, a little about a year, when Senator Doedri took up the mantle of leadership, he instructed the line ministries to come up with a holistic forestry law. And it's over 3 years, 4 years now, we've not seen that coming to light. And the forestry law is strictly, intricately tied to this very ban on forest products. So I believe it is still in the making, but the earlier it is passed, like you said, very soon now, people will go into campaigning seriously, and then there will be no time for passage of law. So, agreed. They will look at it from the point of law, but then don't forget, when the government say it has banned, executive orders are law. They are to be respected. So when the government has passed that type of instruction to public and you disobey, they cannot look at any other law to say they will use that one to punish you. It depends on the discretion of the judges and the magistrates to say you have faulted the order of the state governor or the state government not to do this, and you have done this, so are you guilty or not guilty? You will answer all those questions, and if you are not so lucky in defending yourself, you go to Okaka. And the Nigerian solid mineral mining law is also there. Before you do, if you are doing artisanal mining without license, without authorization, you will be, sanctioned. So I agree with you. That's why the governor has also asked the Attorney General to look at this, very critically, and come up with advice for the government to, take action. And the Commissioner for Environment was also giving some some instruction, the marine and blue economy. Don't forget, they're also talking about establishing a body that will take care of the marine and blue economy, something on the coastline. Yes, so all those will pass through legislation, and I believe something is in the making. Before the bread comes out of the oven, it has to go through processes. Yes.
I'm also hopeful that before the bread comes out of the oven, that
you go through
the proper processes,
yes.
The proper processes are being done on it. Thank you so much, Comrade Lagomorris, for really coming in to help scale these matters for us today. But the real question still stands. People who are already disengaged from this, what do you advise them? How do they continue with livelihood?
You see, before they banned motorcycle in Yenagua, during Silva's administration, I was one of those in the four shouting that it should not be banned because it will take food away from those cyclists. But at the end of the day, they say bikes should not pass in front of government house. But when Seriaki Dixon came, they banned them. And rain will not fall. Keke is moving now, and then those people who have been going for amputation in the FMC, they are no longer getting people amputated. The complaint then was that people were getting their leg amputated.
Heaven no fall, but 88% of Bayelsans are living in multi-dimensional poverty.
Do you think myself, I have money? Do you think I have money? If
you're better than most persons.
Go and check my account.
So persons are not eating as we speak now.
They are red. My account is red.
Your account is red.
Yes, my account is red. So
people know the account too.
I am not within that rich line. I am also within the poverty line. Yes, because one, even if my salary comes today, people who the pressure from people are there. Even today, how many people have reached out to me? I've lost my father-in-law. Please help me with whatever I can. This one want to do marriage. This one want to do naming ceremony. This one want to do like this. Somebody told me these 2 days that he puts his phone off. So if you want to reach him, send him message. Anytime you on it and you see message, you read and then reply, put it off again. Because of the pressure. And if not for this pressure, I wonder what this society will look like. I agree with you. I wake up sometimes in the morning, I also think about my tomorrow. How will it be after this time? So don't see people like us who are talking, encouraging people to be somehow that it is better. No, I agree that the situation is really, really precarious in this country. There is no social security scheme. In some countries, once you get to a certain age, you will be getting social welfare. The unemployed are also taken care of in one way or the other. I know Bayelsa State, there was a time when during the Henry Seriaki Distance administration, even that of the Senator Doyetri's administration, some persons were being paid from above 60 years in our communities 10,000 per month or 5,000 per month. Things like that are being paid. But all this needs to be legislated upon so that it's not like when the Pharaoh who knows Moses is no more, the other one come and then discard Joseph. Once it is legislated, any governor that comes, the policy is there. It's just to follow. It's a roadmap. So we need this in this society, even in this state, not only in this state, but in entire Nigeria, to lessen this burden.
We have a problem around this side of the world. We have laws, like you mentioned now, that it's just to legislate upon it, especially that allows for money to be sent or stipends to be sent
to
the elderly, social welfare to the elderly at the end of the month. The next government could just come, and while it's a law, they decide not to vote so much resources, decide not to put anything inside of the budget. There is the Center for Youth Development. I believe there's a Center for Women Development. Go to the budget, you might likely just see 20-30 million naira there, and that's like overhead, nothing more, nothing added. So youth development or women development has nothing.
I agree with you. That's why I say I do not support political party. I support individuals. Doidiri is different from others. There was this pensioners not being paid here and there. Pensioners were going on protest and some were beaten. But immediately Doidiri came in. As a different person, he started clearing the backlog of pensioners' benefits. So it is the individual, even though they were of the same party. Yes. So look at what OT is doing in Abia. There was somebody before him, and today the Abians are singing his praise. So it is the individual, whether the laws are obeyed or not. Once the right person comes, we will ensure that the law is straightened. Yes, so it's better. Law is there to control our activities, put us in line, because without law, we'll go back to jungle life.
Okay, we get back to black sand as we finalize our discourse this afternoon. It has consequences that are dire for us.
Yes.
Black sand mining, illegal black sand mining has consequences that are dire for us. And I had asked earlier if it is not possible that while the black sand mining is ongoing, we still have people who would just pay money and choose to subvert the due process and still put us in the quagmire that we are afraid not to get into now, much like we see in the mining of crude oil and all of those. I'd asked that, but I'd like for you to speak to us on the consequences, so those who are watching, those who are listening would know not to go into this. The consequences of black sand mining, it's erosion, you mentioned, but would like to stretch on this. There is already climate change that's disturbing us and causing flooding and repeated, flooding and erosion. But just broaden it.
Yeah, people are rushing into mining different types of mineral all over the world. And in most places, what causes problem is the mineral resources they have. Congo is an example. A typical example is Congo. Congo is very rich in different types of minerals. And that's why they have conflicts.
They always fight.
Seriously, fighting each other to control those resources. Now we are saying that the world is moving away from petrol, related energy. They want to go into the renewables. How do you stay in the renewable world? You need some of these minerals that they are looking for now to ensure that we have long-lasting battery for our phones, for our computers, and then even for the solar energy power that we are enjoying, the street lights, those solar panels. They also need some of these minerals, to empower them, to store the energy. And to get this, if you are not careful, you will endanger your environment, not only from physical conflicts where you see armed struggle, but you also physically injure your environment, like talking about this radioactivity and other turbidity that will be affecting the water around that area. So just like you talk about the food we eat, you have proteinous, you have carbohydrate food, and then the different foods, they all have different minerals, vitamins, and all of that. That is how this black sand contains different, elements that are important to the world, to different industries. Now, it is a natural resource, and government needs to come in to ensure that it is mined in an appropriate way that will not be harmful and will not cause the type of conflict that we are hearing Sudan, Congo, and even right now in some parts of northern Nigeria. You see, let's continue to enjoy the peace we have. Yes, job loss here and there are there, but then we need to also look at the issue of a positive contribution to those who are doing real fishing and farming. They need to be encouraged. If there is an encouragement, like I used to monitor OSP, some people will tell you that even when government is giving loan, it doesn't come to them. They go and borrow money from us, the cooperatives, buy engine, buy everything, and then they go to this ocean, and then OSP will come and destroy all those, even destroy their engine. Or even sea pirates sometimes will attack them and take their fish and take their engine. So government needs to bridge that gap to ensure that you encourage, productive fishing, responsible fishing, and also farming. We need to encourage farming too, because a lot of people have run away from even farming. They won't farm, they'll be in the community in the daytime, smoking, drinking. In the night, they will go to people's farm and harvest dozens of plantain that they did not sow. So we need to go back to the drawing board, encourage our people to take to some other means of livelihood. Not only this quick one that as you load 100 bags, you get 100,000 naira. So you will be loading those bags with your shovel, fast to get 100,000 naira a day. That's what they do in some of the areas. They load this black sand. Yes, fast money. Even fire, they say fast money. We should follow the natural way sometimes. This money we are pursuing, you will leave it and go. Let's live our natural life and breathe well, enjoy life, rather than hurry. No, it's not good. We have lost quite a lot when you talk about living naturally. Everybody wants it now. No, it's not like that. So there is so much that needs to be done in going back to sensitize our people, talk to our people, not to always be showing films one kind. You are not telling the people that these people you are watching on Z-World, their people are also working in the farms. They are working in the poultry, the piggery, and the different types of agriculture that they have in their environment. We should show those documentaries. We should encourage people that in the dignity of labor, you get some kind of satisfaction. You see, so that gradually will bring back peace, genuine peace, not the one controlled by gun. Genuine peace to our environment. We should recognize the place of naturalness. You see, so people who want to do mining, when the time comes, they should work within the confines of the law. Definitely, some will, as we are speaking now, some will be doing it in the night. Some will be patrolling with their boats, loading and taking away only in the nights. Yes, and when they are caught, they are in problem. Just like people who are stealing crude oil. So that is the problem. We can't say these people are stealing black sand, but it's that they are going contrary they are going contrary to the law. Yes, of saying don't do it. It's illegal. Yeah. So I want to use this opportunity to call on our community leaders. If they have any doubt in terms of information, they should approach the Ministry of Information. The commissioner is there. The office of the Commissioner for Environment is also there, and others. The Trade and Industry Commissioner is also there. Go there and get your information. Ask the necessary questions that you need to ask, so that government will also understand your position, and then help government to arrive at certain decision that will be win-win for all.
I see a sense and reason in the government deciding to do a ban on illegal black sand mining, but I fear that we might not have the wherewithal, we might not know how to properly effect this ban and ensure that it is not done in the dark. For instance, in Nigeria, you are laughing, comment, but in Nigeria, we struggle with the problem of crude oil theft.
Yes.
It only took the engagement of private security firms, Tantita and the one headed by Matthew Tonlaha, and that of
Pipeline Infrastructure.
Yeah, Pipeline Infrastructure Limited. Yeah. There's the last one.
Labrador.
So it's because we engaged them, we're seeing a reduction in crude oil theft and an upsurge in the barrels we produce per day. Would the state not need to engage firms of this nature that are properly equipped, to be able to effectively tackle? Because I think there is more money in this over the logging of wood, I like to think. So it's technological something, so there's more money in it. So maybe government needs to take a stronger approach to this than just a normal task force.
If government engages community leadership effectively, if government engages the community leadership from the youth presidency to the paramount ruler or clan head, the monarchs, I think it will be effective. Sometimes it's not always law and order. We should also practice equal rights and justice, not just law. And so when we talk to ourselves, some people say big man talk to big man understand. When we talk to our people and give the real reasons why this shouldn't be for now, I think we will understand ourselves and we go back home and talk to ourselves. If you are still doing it, you are doing it on your own. As a stranger, we find you in our community, what do you come for is for this? No, please, it is not allowed within our territory. That is possible with proper synergy with our community leadership, not excluding the youth leadership. The youth leadership needs to be carried along, because when they understand, and also instead of you to engage some other task force, that money that you use in engaging those task force, give it to the community leadership to do their own monitoring. It will help, rather than getting people from other communities to go to other places to go and monitor. Before you know, there will be shootouts. There will be shootouts. Even this profile that private security people try to stop, right from the time of Dallon Security, led by David Lyon. Yeah, used to be shootouts. You are going to stop some people, before you know, you hear gunshot from the other side. That's why they also go with security people sometimes. You see, so monies meant for, like you suggested, for sending up task force that may also disappoint us. Yes, some task force members can disappoint us.
Absolutely.
Gather the community people, know their challenges, give them some money to do the, if you see something, say something for us. I think that would be better.
Okay, yeah, you're right on that. I couldn't agree more too. But I don't know, I want to say we have a problem again. Our environment, our environment is one that is delicate, really delicate. We've had several campaigns over the years to ensure that, we have a better environment. We tell people, don't throw things in waterways. They need to hear that one. No. Plastic pollution affects us, it's cancerous. They need to hear that one. No. Don't vandalize pipeline. You are doing it at your own detriment. They really concern our people. No. Like, when you tell them that this thing you're doing causes a problem, in the immediate future, a year, 2 years, you're seeing the after effects of it. Climate change is here. We see the flooding is coming. It's coming. Yeah. We see the effects of climate change. Well, it doesn't really enter, because if I still go to my street now, I see somebody who is throwing something on inside of the gutter. You still see. What's the message? How are we going to talk to these people for them to really understand that these things, including black sand mining now, it's a no-go, because it is like you killing yourself a stab at a time.
Yeah. I first started seeing this in Port Harcourt. Whenever it rains, not now, some years ago, you see people run into their houses, bring their refuge basket, dump into the gutter right in front of their house, and then as the thing is going, they are happy. Where is that thing going to? It's going, if at all it will get to the water side, it's going to the waterfront. And then the waterfront become derelicts. In those days when we are going to Okrika waterside, Nimbi waterside, and other places in Port Harcourt to swim, it was clean.
Then there were no much plastic.
There were no plastic, no waterproof. When
because
you buy
we didn't quite have a number of those products in the market there.
They use paper to wrap granite for you. But with this plastic explosion, everywhere can our waterside, you can no longer bath. So bad.
Can we get biodegradables to wrap products?
Yeah, in some countries they are working on it. Even here, this what's this her name? I've forgotten. Winsome. and others. Right now, people are hunting for plastics, the plastic bottles. Even sometimes when you organize program, by the time you are living there, even if it's a marriage party or whatever, you see children, people come and pick up all they are struggling to get all the plastic bottles. That is our savior for now.
That's another business black sand miners can go into.
That is our savior for now, otherwise it will have been very, very bad. However, these takeaway packs from eateries and mama puts are using, these are the worst type of waste that you see in the gutters, in the drains, and plastics, cans. You hardly see those plastic bottles again, these water bottles and all of that, because people are hunting for them. Now, like you said, maybe the advocacy, the sensitization is not enough. Some people, they need it again and again for them to be embarrassed. You go to their neighborhoods with megaphone, and then be hollering. Make people know they throw away something for gutter again.
I feel like we did away with megaphones and town criers too early, because our people are still that kind of people.
Yes, we need those type of movements.
Sensitization.
For example, you can start gradually from one community to another around the state capital. Some people will take it to their village. And then you also think of how community people in their own communities will rightly dispose of these same materials. Because if you go to some of our communities that are becoming cosmopolitan, like Brass, Nembe, and Masoma, they are also becoming like this gradually. So how do they dispose of these materials? Experts need to teach them how to do it. Is it to bury? Is it for recycling? I think the Bayelsa state government under the current administration was also thinking about a recycling plant. And if we have that, the number of kilos you bring there, you get something from it. And that's a way of encouraging these people, school children, young persons.
It becomes a business. A lot of persons are looking to go into it. There won't be a problem of waste.
That is it.
They will be dragging for that waste. They'll be dragging for it. It will become a scarce resources that people are
then these people that are owning shop, unfortunately, the days we grew up is quite different from now. We grew up in an era whereby as you come out from your yard, there is enough space where children will play around before the road.
Okay.
People will come out, sit down in front of their yard and be seen looking at the environment. But today, every house facing the road is a store, an office, store. And you don't know strangers coming around. You just say they are customers. So within the neighborhood, sometimes you don't know who is a stranger anymore. That is also a security risk. Now, people who live within the front that has gutter, you see the gutter is clogged with solid waste. And you are waiting for government to come and clean it. Yet we have every last Saturday as sanitation day. No. You need to play roles expected of you, because better soup na money killer. You cannot just be talking, government never do this, government never do that. That small one in front of your store, your barbing saloon, your boutique, your provision store, you've not been able to remove that. No. The bigger gutters, the bigger drains, leave them for government. And even those ones, if you are selling something, you have office within that area, and you are observed to be dumping something in that area, you'll be held responsible. And that is where government needs to take a lead. Because when I post some of these things, I hear people saying, what is the government doing? When government begins to take action, they will say whether we are in the military. But we all have roles to play to ensure that our environment has that aesthetics. When people come in, they say, that place is clean. No, you cannot compare that place to the other place, the other city, and all of that. So we should step up. We should think of us as people with integrity. The Igbo man know better past us now in terms of what is under the skin. When I had the opportunity to travel with the governor to Bangkok for the United Nations summit on river deltas. Look at the hotel was just by a river now. I not see one single Kong where they passed there throughout this 1 week that we stayed, and they were enjoying the every evening from 6:30. You see different boats cruising. People are doing party on top, inside, cruising till daybreak. And some of their transporting of materials is through the river. I was staying about 18th floor or thereabout. I was just sometimes I sleep, I wake up and look at the window, enjoying what is happening. So why is it that these Europeans, these Oyibo people, get that mentality than us? We need to scale up to say, no, we are not dirty. We are not like this. So that importance as a human being, we will give it to ourselves. Nobody will come and give it to us. I feel so sad that we are giving this type of image to ourselves that we like dirty. They say dirty not a kill African man. Now lie. We need to move past this stage and see such things as I saw. That is not good. I have also watched I was in Norway the other time, and in the night I woke up, I came to look at the window. I saw their refuge disposals. In the dead of the night, they are going from compound to compound and emptying and putting into their trucks. In the dead of the night. So during the day, you don't see any deaths anywhere. So now in Bayelsa State, we know what the refuge collection contractor is doing, and we have other private refuge collectors. Why can't we pay and enable these people that are doing the private collection to come to our stores, to come to our house and collect from time to time? You pay monthly.
Thank you, comrade.
Yeah.
Sadhu, you have to go now. I don't know if we've exhausted all you had in your mind when you came, but we'd like to give you room for your parting shots before we call the program.
Yeah, well, it's an opportunity to be here in the studio with you talking about environmental issues. I only want to use this very rare opportunity to reach out to government agencies. Government agencies ought to be working in synergy. But very recently, I heard of a government department going to somewhere to, question people who are selling expired, products, minerals and some other things.
Yeah, I saw that story. People
Yes.
from the Ministry of Environment.
And before you know, another agency of government,
reportedly the Sanitation Authority,
went and attacked the one from the ministry when they are supposed to work in synergy. Highest thing, you come there and say, oh, is it you people? Okay, we thought it were some talks or some miscreants. You just walk away. Government cannot be antagonistic to itself. Like I am now, even though I have toothache, I don't have to box my mouth. So government cannot be antagonistic to itself. Agencies need to work in synergy towards same goal. So that is the last, the parting shot that I felt I should give. And then for black sand miners, I understand with you, I empathize with you. But for now, I think government is doing the needful to ensure that the window is open at the appropriate time to enable investors and those who are to work in such industry or sector to do it legally. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Comrade Alagwo Maurice. And this is where the curtain falls on the programs. Hardly is the size of our package. Until the next edition of Chat with Naija Live TV, I'm Henry Hamwifla. Bye-bye.
State, oh, home of peace, yo.
We are for the peace. All for peace.
Dear esteemed community leaders and people of Bayelsa State, the Doyiduri-led prosperity government is committed to transforming our rural communities into thriving hubs of development. We believe that every community deserves access to absolute peace and quality standard of living. To actualize this vision, we need your support and partnership. Join forces with us to improve rural infrastructure, enhance quality education, boost healthcare, and foster economic growth. Together, we can create opportunities for youth empowerment and employment, promote cultural heritage, and ensure food security and strengthen community social services. How you can support: participate in community engagement forums and collaborate with local government authorities and the Ministry of Community Development. Come, let's build a prosperous Bayelsa together.
Let there be peace, all for peace.
Courtesy, Honorable Alfred Belamonte Watson, Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Community Development. The impacts of climate change are upon us, necessitating adaptation and resilient building. In Bayelsa State, the recent annual rainy season has brought severe consequences, including excessive flash floods and river flooding, causing untold hardship for residents. However, under the leadership of His Excellency Senator Doyiduri, the prosperity government has taken proactive measures to mitigate these effects. The establishment of the Directorate of Floods and Erosion Control, along with the strengthening of other related agencies such as the Bayelsa State Emergency Management Agency, demonstrates a commitment to reducing the impact of floods. To further enhance resilience, major blocked canals, river outlets, and drainage systems are being cleared, and higher grounds have been identified in all 8 local government areas to provide safe havens during floods. While the government is dedicated to ensuring the well-being of Bayelsans, residents also have a crucial role to play by cooperating with government agencies, staying alert to flood warnings, maintaining a clean environment, clearing blocked drainages, and reporting challenges to relevant authorities for prompt action. Through collective efforts, we can bolster our resilience and effectively combat the challenges posed by climate change. Stay safe. Courtesy, Office of the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Environment, Honorable A.B. Ben Olulu.
Every ripple starts with a single drop. In Bayelsa, that drop is the Education Development Trust Fund Board, EDTF. From the moment a child sits down to a nutritious meal to the day a scientist steps into a brand new laboratory, EDTF is there, turning challenges into opportunities. 5,000 meals served daily in our model boarding secondary schools. Biological sciences laboratory equipment delivered to Niger Delta University. 1,000 teachers and school leaders trained with the British Council. Special education teachers graduating from Ignatius Ajuru University under EDTF. Scholarship research grants fueling innovation in our state-owned tertiary institutions. TVET, science labs, water facilities, culinary kitchens, and clinical labs springing up across Bayelsa. Vocational scaffolding trainings and a computer-based testing center at UAT Tororua. These are not just projects, they are ripples that spread across classrooms, communities, and the entire state. But a ripple grows stronger when more hands join the water. So whether you're an organization, or a corporate partner, or an individual who believes in education, you can be part of this ripple. Support EDTF and help us expand Ripple. Donate, partner, or volunteer today. Together, let's transform our educational landscape. EDTF, building futures and putting smiles on faces.
One of the problems we have in Nigeria is that it's difficult to have solid metals for creative engineering. So what you basically have in this country are tubes for building of houses and erection of structures and all that. But when you come to real metals that you can carve to engine block, metal that you can carve to a shaft or gear, there is nowhere to get in this country. So a country that does not have a shop for metals to cut can never develop. If we had shops where you can go and buy all kinds of grades of metals, it would be easier for the young to get the metals and come to a place like us, and then we will carve it for them, cut, bend, and then do all that. This country will develop, but we don't have. We have to look at China or any of those countries to bring those things to us. So that is the story of Nigeria.
Z-Tin for high-tech precision engineering. A technology and heavy-duty industry. Original spares for automotive, locomotive, aviation, marine and agriculture. Research and development for automotive engines and electric cars. Heavy-duty off-road equipment. Reverse engineering. Technological development. Academy for innovators and impressionable minds.
Bayelsa State, home of peace, yo. We are for the peace.
Dear esteemed community leaders and people of Bayelsa State, the Doyiduri-led prosperity government is committed to transforming our rural communities into thriving hubs of development. We believe that every community deserves access to absolute peace and quality standard of living. To actualize this vision, we need your support and partnership. Join forces with us to improve rural infrastructure, enhance quality education, boost healthcare, and foster economic growth. Together, we can create opportunities for youth empowerment and employment, promote cultural heritage, and ensure food security and strengthen community social services. How you can support: participate in community engagement forums and collaborate with local government authorities and the Ministry of Community Development. Come, let's build a prosperous Bayelsa together.
Let there be peace, all for peace.
Courtesy Honorable Alfred Belamonte Watson, Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Community Development. The impacts of climate change are upon us, necessitating adaptation and resilient building. In Bayelsa State, the recent annual rainy season has brought severe consequences, including excessive flash floods and river flooding, causing untold hardship for residents. However, under the leadership of His Excellency, Senator Doyiduri, the prosperity government has taken proactive measures to mitigate these effects. The establishment of the Directorate of Floods and Erosion Control, along with the strengthening of other related agencies such as the Bayelsa State Emergency Management Agency, demonstrates a commitment to reducing the impact of floods. To further enhance resilience, major blocks, canals, river outlets, and drainage systems are being cleared, and higher grounds have been identified in all 8 local government areas to provide safe havens during floods. While the government is dedicated to ensuring the well-being of Bayelsans, residents also have a crucial role to play by cooperating with government agencies, staying alert to flood warnings, maintaining a clean environment, clearing blocked drainages, and reporting challenges to relevant authorities for prompt action. Through collective efforts, we can bolster our resilience and effectively combat the challenges posed by climate change. Stay safe. Courtesy, Office of the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Environment, Honorable A.B. Ben Olulu.
Every ripple starts with a single drop. In Bielsa, that drop is the Education Development Trust Fund Board EDTF. From the moment a child sits down to a nutritious meal to the day a scientist steps into a brand new laboratory, EDTF is there, turning challenges into opportunities. 5,000 meals served daily in our model boarding secondary schools. Biological sciences laboratory equipment delivered to Naija Delta University. 1,000 teachers and school leaders trained with the British Council. Special education teachers graduating from Ignatius Ajuru University under EDTF. Scholarship research grants fueling innovation in our state-owned tertiary institutions. TVET, science labs, water facilities, culinary kitchens, and clinical labs springing up across Bielsa. Vocational scaffolding trainings and a computer-based testing center at UAT Tororua. These are not just projects, they are ripples that spread across classrooms, communities, and the entire state. But a ripple grows stronger when more hands join the water. So whether you're an organization, or a corporate partner, or an individual who believes in education, you can be part of this ripple. Support EDTF and help us expand Ripple. Donate, partner, or volunteer today. Together, let's transform our educational landscape. EDTF, building futures and putting smiles on faces.
One of the problems we have in Nigeria is that it's difficult to have solid metals for creative engineering. So what you basically have in this country are tubes for building of houses and erection of structures and all that. But when you come to real metals that you can carve to engine block, metal that you can carve to a shaft, or gear, there is nowhere to get in this country. So a country that does not have a shop for metals to cut can never develop. If we had shops where you can go and buy all kinds of grades of metals, it would be easier for the young to get the metals and come to a place like us, and then we will carve it for them, cut, bend, and then do all that. This country will develop. But we don't have. We have to look at China or any of those countries to bring those things to us. That is the story of Nigeria.
Z10 for high-tech precision engineering. A technology and heavy-duty industry. Original spares for automotive, locomotive, aviation, marine and agriculture. Research and development for automotive engines and electric cars. Heavy-duty off-road equipment. Reverse engineering. Technological development. Academy for innovators and impressionable minds.
Bayelsa State, home of peace, yo. We are for the peace.
Dear esteemed community leaders and people of Bielsa State, the Doiduri-led Prosperity Government is committed to transforming our rural communities into thriving hubs of development. We believe that every community deserves access to absolute peace and quality standard of living. To actualize this vision, we need your support and partnership. Join forces with us to improve rural infrastructure, enhance quality education, boost healthcare, and foster economic growth. Together, we can create opportunities for youth empowerment and employment, promote cultural heritage, and ensure food security and strengthen community social services. How you can support: participate in community engagement forums and collaborate with local government authorities and the Ministry of Community Development. Come, let's build a prosperous Bayelsa together.
Let there be peace, all na for peace.
Courtesy, Honorable Alfred Belamonte Watson, Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Community Development. The impacts of climate change are upon us, necessitating adaptation and resilient building. In Bayelsa State, the recent annual rainy season has brought severe consequences, including excessive flash floods and river flooding, causing untold hardship for residents. However, under the leadership of His Excellency Senator Doye Duri, the Prosperity Government has taken proactive measures to mitigate these effects. The establishment of the Directorate of Floods and Erosion Control, along with the strengthening of other related agencies such as the Bayelsa State Emergency Management Agency, demonstrates a commitment to reducing the impact of floods. To further enhance resilience, major blocks, canals, river outlets, and drainage systems are being cleared, and higher grounds have been identified in all 8 local government areas to provide safe havens during floods. While the government is dedicated to ensuring the well-being of Bayelsans, residents also have a crucial role to play by cooperating with government agencies, staying alert to flood warnings, maintaining a clean environment, clearing blocked drainages, and reporting challenges to relevant authorities for prompt action. Through collective efforts, we can bolster our resilience and effectively combat the challenges posed by climate change. Stay safe. Courtesy, Office of the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Environment, Honorable A.B. Ben Olulu.
Every ripple starts with a single drop. In Bayelsa, that drop is the Education Development Trust Fund Board, EDTF. From the moment a child sits down to a nutritious meal, to the day a scientist steps into a brand new laboratory, EDTF is there, turning challenges into opportunities. 5,000 meals served daily in our model boarding secondary schools. Biological sciences laboratory equipment delivered to Naija Delta University. 1,000 teachers and school leaders trained with the British Council. Special education teachers graduating from Ignatius Ajuru University under EDTF. Scholarship research grants fueling innovation in our state-owned tertiary institutions. TVET, science labs, water facilities, culinary kitchens, and clinical labs springing up across Bayelsa. Vocational scaffolding trainings and a computer-based testing center at UAT Tororua. These are not just projects, they are ripples that spread across classrooms, communities, and the entire state. But a ripple grows stronger when more hands join the water. So whether you're an organization, or a corporate partner, or an individual who believes in education, you can be part of this ripple. Support EDTF and help us expand Ripple. Donate, partner, or volunteer today. Together, let's transform our educational landscape. EDTF, building futures and putting smiles on faces.
One of the problems we have in Nigeria is that it's difficult to have solid metals for creative engineering. So what you basically have in this country are tubes for building of houses and erection of structures and all that. But when you come to real metals that you can carve to engine block, metal that you can carve to a shaft or gear, there is nowhere to get in this country. So a country that does not have a shop for metals to cut can never develop. If we had shops where you can go and buy all kinds of grades of metals, it would be easier for the young to get the metals and come to a place like us, and then we will carve it for them, cut, bend, and then do all that. This country will develop. But we don't have. We have to look at China or any other countries to bring those things to us. So that is the story of Nigeria.
Away. So there's been a lot of politicking, there's been the endorsements, there's been the defections. The political conversation has also been very hot this period. And well, we're looking to have this conversation especially around Bayelsa and specifically in Southern Ijaw constituency too. And, so we thank you plenty for staying with us on this episode of Chat with Naija Live TV. My name is Henry Armifula, and on this episode we have someone who is an aspirant, someone who's been a member of the APC before now, and well, recently resigned from the APC. So we're joined this episode by the comrade Sigby Linus. It's good to have you. A very good day to you and welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Henry. Good day to you as well. Thank you.
Welcome again to Naija Live TV and to this episode of the program.
Thank you very much. You have such a nice place here, and I will say everyone should come here for their interviews and any program.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Alrighty, let's jump right in. Southern Ijaw constituency 2. That's where you hail from, and exactly why are you seeking to be a representative of that particular area, and how would you describe development in Southern Ijaw constituency 2? Let's start with just 1999 to 2026. That's the start of the Fourth Republic, right? Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Henry, I want to appreciate you for this very germane question, because the Southern Ijaw constituency 2, for sake of demography description, we have two unique clans, two unique people. You know, we have the Oproma people and the Tarakri people. Though politically it is divided into two wards, that is the Oproma Ward 1 and the Oproma Ward 2. Now, you asked why I am coming in for this political exercise. It's same question, just like why do you come into politics? You know, growing up as a young person, as a little child, growing up, from my background and also from what I've been exposed to over time, I've seen that our people, especially in the Niger Delta region at large, we are faced with numerous immense challenges. And the aim of politics is to bring development to your people. How best can you bring in development to your people, to the child, to the mother, to the adult, and everyone that makes up the constituency? So my aim of coming into politics is to see how best I can attract development to my people. In this case, through legislative service. So it's all about the people. So yeah,
what are some of those things you think well, you would like to do? Those problems, particularly, you know that Southern Ijaw constituency 2 are being rocked by, that you would like to help solve.
Well, you know, there is, in fact, every sector of human endeavor, there are problems. Even the first world countries, second world countries, third world countries, as they are classified, all have several challenges. And what is the essence of man is to solve problems. So to me, as an aspirant coming in to represent the people of the Southern Ijaw constituency 2, specifically in the legislative arm of government, is basically to bring in development and solve the problems in the educational sector, in the health sector, in the agricultural sector, in the business and enterprise sector, in every aspect of life, infrastructural sector, and every aspect of life that can make my people, because the essence of governance and the essence of the government in the Nigerian constitution is simply for the welfare and security of the people. So if you cannot deliver welfare and security to the people, then the purpose has been eluded. So I am looking at these areas because I've observed that as a healthcare professional, I'm a nurse by profession, and meanwhile, Happy Nurses Day to all nurses internationally, because yesterday was our day. So I have observed that our primary healthcare system within the constituency, and because of course when you get into the House of Assembly, you're not going there just for your people. You're also going there to serve the entire Bayelsa state, and sometimes even Nigeria at large, because there are these are the core aspects of service to the people. So I am looking at these areas, using these tools and these legislative tools to bring in development to my people. If there are no health facilities that are working, because let's for instance the health sector, we have what we call the B-Mong and the C-Mong facilities. B-Mong facilities are classified in the primary health sector system, while the C-Mong are supposed to be secondary health sector system. You know, until recently that we are having a referral system, thanks to His Excellency Governor Doibiri for providing the Opuruma Referral Hospital, and also the infrastructure, the road, that bridge has really bridged a lot of gaps. So most of our women will not be dying from simple conditions like PPH, that is a postpartum hemorrhage that occurs sometimes because of poor handling of pregnancy and delivery system. So what am I here to do? Let me see that the basic healthcare needs of our people, because definitely I will be a member of the House Committee on Health, or I'll maybe, if God willing, I may even be the chairman of the Health Committee on Health, and I'll be able to drive these policies, these laws that will ensure that our system works.
Well, typically, as someone who is a nurse, one would wonder exactly why a nurse would be going into politics. But then again, of course, nurses are those who care, who nurture, right? Yeah, that's a different, another way to call the nurse. You nurture, you take care of people. So typically, you're here to take care of the needs of your constituency.
Exactly.
So, yeah, so I mean, that makes sense, and bias at large, that makes sense a lot. But then, as a nurse and also one who is into the healthcare system, you'd also know that one of the problems we have in our primary healthcare system, like you had mentioned, is the fact that there are barely people at the health centers. If you check, you'd probably find that at best 2-3 communities you must find one health center, in Bayelsa State, and also in your constituency, right? Well, there's a problem of lack of practitioners being present. There are only a few healthcare facilities, primary healthcare facilities, that are actually operational. I mean, that's not having skeletal operations, properly operational. You're going to the assembly. What exactly are you going to do? Is this by way of bill, by way of motion? I particularly don't quite think motions do anything, but I think bills could actually help the day in many cases. But what are you doing particularly to ensure that staffers who are employed go to work, or those who, I mean, if there are places where staffers are not quite employed, or where you want to use ad hoc staff, I mean, typically, what are you going to do to ensure that there are much more staffers who are working?
Okay, I already have drafted a motion, because this problem is to be solved by motion. And motions help. Bills, even a law, if there is no willpower, political willpower, nothing happens. But the motions, it is a motion of public importance, urgent public importance, that can solve this issue of staffing and also the attitude of staff to work. Now in Bayelsa State, we have 105 wards. I developed a motion called Project 105, that is the 105 wards, that we must have adequate primary health system, working systems in each of the 5 wards, so that nobody would rush to FMC or NUTH for primary health care needs. Now, our system is that for now we do not have sufficient manpower. Good thing that the primary health care board recently advertised for intake of healthcare practitioners, healthcare workers, including nurses, I believe that they will take at least 800 nurses, because we need, in fact, in every community, in my community, we have, in our Yama community, we have a primary health care center, we have 2 cottage hospitals that are not operational, but the primary health care center is operational, but not 100% up to its ability. The functionality is not 100%. There's no primary health care facility that we can say is 100%. So these are the areas we need to liaise with the commissioner and the Ministry of Health to push up a motion and say that, please, government, we have our people dying. Governor, we have our people dying because of little preventable diseases. Can we load our primary health system with enough nurses, with enough doctors, with enough CHUs, with enough cleaners and secretaries and whichever persons that are supposed to be working there, because there is a minimum standard prescribed by the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency that these are the number of staff that are supposed to be there. So can we abide by this? Can we work with this and ensure that our people have access to, because primary health care definition is just access to health, affordable health that are close to the people. So I will raise a motion specifically for this purpose that, and call on the attention of the executive arm of government to ensure that we employ enough manpower based on need, so that we will not even be rushing to the referral hospital at Okoroma, so that the people that want to deliver, let them deliver at Ayama or at Ludo or at Bula Gobri that is even landlocked, instead of coming down. Then the attitude to work, if there is a motion like that, that means I'm a representative of the people, because God willing I am voted in. So I have to be always there with the people. I'm not in Nagua being the politician that will just stay here and be not even interact with the people. So I will go there to the health centers and follow up.
Currently in River State, are you going to quit that for politics?
No, that is a private, non-governmental engagement. Okay. Of course, I've discussed with my employers that I am going in for this service, and God willing, I am voted into power. My workplace have already given me that leverage that okay, when you are voted into power, this is what we are going to do. This is service. That is service depending on the conditions of service of the employer. Yeah. So it does not affect public or whatever area. So I interact with the people. I see that a pregnant woman, if I am there, oversight, having that oversight function, that is where oversight comes in. So a motion to ensure that nurses get there, then oversight to ensure that the nurses are there working, or the doctors are there working.
Affecting staff morale and some of these staffers, from going to the primary health care centers and to administer their services is, like you mentioned, working conditions, not enough remuneration, even where they stay in these constituencies is a problem. Some of the houses are poor. Sometimes they don't even have a house to stay, because of course, the popularity and around Bayelsa, that's not necessarily Yanagua housing deficit here. That's one thing that maybe you'd like to.
All these things will be handled by Project 105 motion that's already in the bakery. It's already ready to be eaten. So immediately I'm voted into power, this Project 105 motion that will be raised will take care of the housing issue, because staff, if you send me to Lobia or to Okodia Zarama in a local government area, at least I should have a little house that I can lay my head and take care of, because there's what we call residential midwives. These are health workers that stay around the facility, so that midnight anytime, so far there's a pregnant woman or an emergency, they take care of them immediately, give them that succor, that immediate health attention before moving them. I'm just feeling that we are focusing on the health sector, which we have health sector. Exactly. And I love it that you have good interest in the primary health sector, because that is also
that's your interest.
That's my heart. That's what bleeds my heart.
That's what I'm here.
Yes, I'm here
in the local level.
Yes.
Right? You have mentioned that Diri has taken road there. Yes. There is a referral hospital in Okoro. But then there are problems with primary health care centers, and so we're expanding.
Yeah, exactly. So the referral system, the referral hospital is to manage only cases that cannot be handled by the primary health centers. And also another thing is not just the state government, the local government also have something to do, because you have to augment the efforts of the state governor or the state government. Let me put it that way, because while the staff do not have accommodation, the local government chairman can say, okay, I want to build per community 3-bedroom flats for nurses and doctors and other children that will be there to at least have a place to lay their head and be coming to work and take care of our people. And also electricity is a problem. I have a model called the PPE. The PPE is not the personal protective equipment that we know, but personnel, power, and equipment. That is it. I'm just revealing. I hope my competitors will not come and steal my idea.
Well, even if they do steal your idea and they use it, is it not to the benefit of the?
No, the thing about idea is that he who bears the idea knows how best to run with it. Okay. That's why even the Bible says, write it down and run with this vision. So this PPE idea is about personnel. When we treat the personnel issue, what about power? Now we have solar power system. I will go to the NDDC as health committee member or chairman on health in the state and tell them that please, our healthcare centers need an intervention because it's an interventionist agency or commission. Our people, please, I need at least, even if it's 5 kilowatt or 10 kilowatt power grid in each of the health centers across the district. You know, when there is power, people will even be going there more. Because when our women go, now touch them, they can't deliver also. How do we need to even go there? We cannot go die for them because pregnancy and delivery is like a life and death experience. So everybody is very careful. They rather want to go to Naija than come to our primary health center because they feel that there are no sufficient manpower to handle their cases. Okay, well. So we will work on those areas through oversight and motions.
Okay, that's good to know.
And strengthening those where necessary.
Okay, that's good to know now. But prevention, they say, is better than cure.
Always.
Right? And so there is, I'm a journalist, so I travel the creeks, hinterlands. I know that there is this culture of drinking from the river, and we call it our water now. You know, do us anything.
I mean, that's not the kill African man.
Well, that's a rather cliche notion, but this is one that I like to think is much more relevant. Something that we would often do. I mean, was it just 3 months ago? I mean, I saw people who would drink from the water, the river water. They say they flew.
I saw it today in my community.
They say they flew, and typically they scoop and they drink.
Yes. And someone else is defecating
somewhere. And I asked the question to someone who is a health professional sometime. When they say water they flew, it means say cholera they flew come out to. I mean, get possible say you go fetch cholera drink. So there is this notion first of sensitization. Second of how are you going to ensure through these motions that we have some of the facilities we need, water, low cost water, but water we can drink, portable drinking water is made available for those persons who are in Southern Ijaw constituency. So how would we ensure this? Remember that most times the focus is on Yenagoa. Even when the governor says he's going to go to water after he does the power supply issue in Yenagoa, in Yenagoa, it's still in Yenagoa, not in Southern Ijaw. So in Southern Ijaw constituency too, what are the plans?
Okay, as a representative, you have very broad lobbying opportunities where you can liaise with even the IOCs, because in Oporoma, the headquarters of the local government, and also the headquarters of Ward 1, the people of Ward 1 that are representing, it holds oil wells. It even holds Shell, the RGB is there. At least these people should be able to also contribute to our development. Apart from the provisions that will come for construction, spoiled water projects. Sometimes they have stolen the solar panels, sometimes they have vandalized this or that. Now, why can't we also research on this and bring up sustainable potable water, because it's part of the SDG. The SDG goals, that is the Sustainable Development Goals. I think it's goal 8 or goal 3. I cannot get the exact distance. It's part of the Sustainable Development Goal, which everybody in this country and the world are getting money
all of the
from.
Sustainable Development Goals, I don't quite think of anyone that Nigeria has
achieved. So it's a work in progress. While it is a work in progress, we must also be consensually doing the right thing at the right time. How much is a borehole to be dug? If a very dark man is digging borehole for people, why can't I use at least my allowances if there is no money at all? But if there's no money, I still have access because I'm already the healthcare professional. I have access to UNICEF. I have access to World Health Organization. I have access to Bill and Gates Foundation. I have access to Chai and other platforms that I can lure and bring in to provide these boreholes for my people. Even if it is that one, we call it Bukobini. That they will just manually just shake it like in those days we used to just shake it up and down, and before you know the water comes out.
But can that happen in Bayelsa?
Yes, it is still functional. I think there is one still working at the community, but I think the treatment they've not treated it again for a while, so the water is otherwise.
So that cost effective.
Very cost effective. Something that can be operated by even a 10-year-old child.
It's manual.
It's manual.
You could just
you don't need a solar panel that will be stolen. You don't need a borehole generator that people. Even if it will need a borehole, then you just set up. Just 2 million naira can set up a good borehole for at least the people around 100 meters
solar
of
powered.
that. No, even if it's not solar powered, even if you get a generator, how much is the generator that will pump that this in? Then you make it their project. Let them see the project as their project, not your project.
And there are several
so that they will now even say, okay, water don't finish, let us contribute. But I can say, sorry for speaking in joke, but this is my constituency. So
you can.
Boda can say 100 naira to that, get 2 liters of fuel, and let's Akabe being pump there. And most of them will be willing. In my community in Ayama Ejo, before now we were contributing 100 naira. I think as at 2010, 2012, we're contributing 100 naira per flat to power our community generator so that we can have light. So why can't such things be? Let the people own the project, let the people work with the project and see how they can also protect, because so far they own that project, they protect it. You don't just hand it over to one. At least there are chiefs in each of the compounds. There are opinion leaders. Say, and they carry this and give on now, make on our own and title. If this thing is spoiled now, if it's spoiled now, they repair them. If the burden of repair is on them, you place it on their mind like that, and they will be able to also see how they can protect and maintain it. Because even the thieves that will spoil those things are within the community now.
Alrighty. There are many persons who would ask you this question. Mayhaps a tough question, but all the same, they ask you this question. You've been in the constituency, you're a stakeholder, you're one who's knowledgeable, and all of a sudden you're deciding to run for office, deciding to run for an assembly seat to represent the Southern Naija constituency too. They've had a representative all this while. They've had one particular representative for 15 years or more. I mean, that's like since 2011 up until now. They have one particular representative who's done 4 tenures. And all of these things you've mentioned are lagging and not seen in the constituency. Did you at any time try to reach out to your representative, who's currently representing you now, by the way? At any point, did you reach out to him with these ideas to say, Honorable, this is important, we should do this? And what was the response you got?
Okay, like I think just recently, my leader, because he's still my leader, whether I'm no longer in the same party platform.
Talk about
yes. Right honorable, everyone has his or her own strengths and weaknesses. For me as a person, I have learned the ropes over the years, over his years of representation, and I'll consolidate on the areas of his strength, and also ensure that the areas of weaknesses, which he will even be the one to even say, over this area are not to do well, because there's nobody that is perfect. So this area are not to do well, you try and handle it like that. And also personally, I've been engaging with him. The recent one is the bill that was passed for resident doctors to be trained on scholarship. I now had a discussion with, I said, why don't we also include nurses and pharmacists? That will be also
a bill for resident doctors
to be trained on scholarship. Yes, yes. I think it was last year that it was passed. So he said
resident doctors native to Southern Naija constituency.
No, not native. It's Bayelsa State. You know, as a representative, you are making laws for the entire state.
Now,
yes, they do. So that was done, and after I approached him, he mentioned, don't worry, this bill will be easy way you come out to. So let us at least allow it to be implemented. We can always repeal and make adjustments. So, like, I already have that background of what he has been doing.
If he's a leader, what are the areas he really accomplished other than this being mentioned that you're happy for 15 years? What are the things that Obolobobo did that you're very, very comfortable with, and you can say, yeah, my leader, you tried?
I would not be the one to say his accolades.
I mean, you called your leader, that's why.
Yes, he's my leader. I wouldn't want to
know what your
because if I know a lot that he has done, the walkways that he has influenced, even the Purma Bridge that we just commissioned, the Anjama Purma Bridge that was commissioned, the referral hospitals, those things don't just come on their own now. People, there's always lobbying. There's always a lobbying person there. So if you had been following him, you can see that you always go to the sites and oversight. Those are oversight functions that you're going to check the progress of the work and because he has interest, because he has lobbied this development to these areas. So definitely he has done his own part. And yes, there may be little areas that he must have not done very much well, but there is always room for improvement. That's why we that have learned the ropes are to take over and improve on those areas, consolidate on the places that he has done so well, and now serve the people better. That is the essence of leadership.
Alrighty. Your resignation from the All Progressives Congress, on what premise? Why exactly do you leave from the All Progressives Congress? A party that many persons will say is gaining popularity, especially with the miracle governor defecting to the APC. Well, that's where our opinions on some persons that the party is popular. But you're leaving the party at a time when it is most popular in Bayelsa, if that's the way to use it.
Well, in life, there comes a time where sometimes the things you see that are the best to do, or the platforms you see that are the best to stand on, becomes the platform that you have to leave to go to a more challenging platform to achieve that goal for the people. Now, why I left the APC, I've been there for over 8 years. I've served the party. I have served the party on various capacities. I was campaigning is it welfare? Yeah, welfare or no, not welfare. I was part of the campaign team for Andy Ziadna when he was running for the State House Assembly under the APC. I was one of the executives there. I cannot even recall the portfolio properly, but I will definitely get it. That's just the last elections, I worked as the party ward agent. So I was the one that was collating the results with the INEC people alongside the PDP person who was one of the major persons that was working. So, and I also was the election committee chairman of the Ward 2, Constituency 2, Ward 2. But, at this juncture, I contested, I aspired for this position in 2023 elections. In 2022, a committee was set up and I appeared before the committee, and unfortunately the party leader said, okay, let us hand it over to Chief Andy Ziadna, who defected as at that time from the PDP to the APC, and he was given the ticket. And he said, okay, let us run with it. And I was given that assurance that when the next time of election comes up, that definitely will be carried along and will be considered for this position. And these meetings were done at Newcastle Hotel, Rivertel Hotel. These are popular hotels in the state. And also my leaders called and said, don't worry, we are still young. The next time we'll definitely get it and the rest. So fast forward to 2026 here, I also expressed my interest to run for the position. And same leaders are still telling me that not all of them, because at least I had some level of votes from the committee to be part of the 3 persons that the governor had instructed the party to pick. I wasn't part of the 3 persons that was picked. Out of the 3, someone that was promised that, okay, you will be given the opportunity to push this thing the next time, wasn't even picked. Not that I'm not qualified. Yes, some of the leaders even confided in me that, see, I know that we are the best fit for this project, but because of politics, the dynamics of politics and this and that, that's why I have that confidence that any party I run from, definitely will make success and will take the victory.
You left the APC because you were not quite picked.
I was not considered because...
And you were one of the 3 persons.
I wasn't even considered as part of the 3 persons.
So they had the screening committee
because
you out?
Yes. Would I say screen out? I would say I wasn't considered, not screened out, because if you say screen out, that it means you're
part of the screen.
Yes, I appeared for the screening. If you say screened out, it means you are disqualified. But I wasn't screened out. I was dropped, and other persons were picked. Even when some of the committee members said,
were you part of the screening?
Yes, we're 18 of
aspirants.
us. But it's the committee that, yes, it was the committee that, but I wasn't an aspirant, because until you buy form, that's when you become a legitimate aspirant. Okay. So the governor in his wisdom had arranged a committee to at least look at us, and so personal leadership for some interest came in, and I wasn't picked. That notwithstanding, as a leader, if you are determined to do something, not in desperation, such occurrences only boosts you and make you see more opportunities. That, okay, yes, this is a hurdle that I've come. It's just like a hurdle race. If you are in politics and you're not expecting any hurdle to come your way, it means you're not ready to deliver for your people, because even the delivery, even the representation is a hurdle race. You have to solve problems. So when I wasn't quite picked among the 3, I felt that it is necessary that maybe I seek another platform to run with the support of my leaders, because in this race that I'm still running, my leaders still are behind me. Yes, even the governor is behind me. Yes.
How are you certain so? Are they going to support you against what the APC wants?
The APC, what the APC wants, the governor is not in charge of local selections. Okay, so
he's the leader of the party.
Yes, he's the leader of the party. He doesn't necessarily need to.
You did not favor the consensus. You guys practically did consensus.
No, there's no consensus yet. They are still in the process of consensus.
They've not picked anybody yet.
Nobody has been picked.
The committee is not through with its work for Southern Naija constituency too.
No, there's a different. I think the committee stuff was stepped down and allowed other processes to take place.
So maybe a direct primary for that.
No, that is not my party, so I cannot.
You had that's the party you just left.
Yeah, for now I cannot tell you what is invoked, because definitely the party have to choose the way. Because if every other person resigns or withdraws their interest, definitely it becomes consensus. But if, for instance, they go into there's a problem there, and maybe one or two other persons do not want to listen, definitely they will go into direct primaries where every party member will register party member.
Why you did not quite want to go into direct primaries?
No, not
because there could not be. There was not a consensus for you to be
not even a part of the 3 persons, because some of the reasons were like, I still have more years, and
to run, youth,
which means the youth do not have any say or any stake in the leadership or the leadership that was.
Well, you understand leadership now, right?
Of course, I do. So
as a youth now, they say just wait for your leaders to go. It will be your turn.
Which means you are not confident that what I have learned from you over the years and the Constitution of Nigeria allows me to run, and you even gave me a promise that next time it will be yours.
So you're running from you're learning from somebody, right?
Yes, because the people I'm learning from is not he's going to House of Work. He has given me the platform to come in. He has given me the platform to come in and represent our people. He has already trained me enough. He said, okay, this man is now fit. Let me move for this younger generation. That is the essence of him living. If not, it is the tenure. There's no tenure system in the House of Assembly. You would have systems of 5th or 6th or 7th or 8th tenure. But he has felt that maybe I have trained some people, the youth, to take over, because himself was in his 30s when he came into power. The first person by Stafford Ngolo in the old right on Stafford Ngolo in the old River State, he was in his late 20s and early 30s when he was representing the constituency, and also target segment. But he was 26 years going to 27 years when he represented the constituency out of Hawkins Calabar. He was also in his 30s and 20s to represent. So why is it different now that something has there is a chronological system of allowing the youth to read in that space. Why is it that it is this period that the youths of today are supposed to benefit from this system, that the goalpost is being shifted to over 40s and over 60s and 70s? It becomes a system that will not favor the youth, and the youth, mind you, makes up more than 60% of even the party structure, the party system, and also the population of the country. And they are in touch with the people. And mind you, all the 33 persons that were picked from all the 24 constituencies in the state, nobody is there that is less than 35 years of age. They picked above 35 years. It means there is no hope for the youths in this system, not just Satan, the Bayelsa State system of selection. It means that you have to be 80 years before you can run for House of Assembly, which we as youth...
80 years, that's probably an exaggeration.
No, it's we are...
But then you need old people.
Yeah, I'm just... I'm just trying to give a figure of speech that you have to be metaphorical, hyperbolical expression that you have to be 80 years or you have to be with walking stick. You have to be frail and old before you can get to the state assembly, or you have to be not in touch with the people again before you can now go into representation, which is what we the youths, because we have been told even in primary nursery school rhymes that children listen to your parents. You are the leaders of tomorrow. That tomorrow they were talking about yesterday is today. So now when the today has come that you promised me, you are not telling me that you are shifting the goalpost again to make my tomorrow another thing again. No, it's quite that's why I said it's not out of desperation, but it is I'm acting based on the stakeholders, because also mind you that when these challenges come up, the stakeholders are not looking at you to just rest on your ass. They are also expecting you to take drastic efforts if you are deliberate about representing the people. If there's no APC platform for you after 8 years of service to the party, why can't you see the constitution allows you to represent the constituency from any other platform?
So now you resigned from the All Progressives Congress?
Yes, I resigned from
joined what party?
I've joined the party, but I will not make it public for now. For sake of technicalities, I'll call it like that. You are not a politician, so you will not understand.
No, but I mean, this is a rather unconventional kind of politics. I know that. I mean, even let's deviate now from the APC. In the ADC, we had defections to the NDC.
Yes.
But what political party are you running under?
I belong to a political party.
The people ought to know. So
they will definitely know.
It means that if you say I'm a member of the AA or the AMP or whatever names there is, it just you put that in the consciousness of people, and so when it gets to that time for them to do the thumbprint, it will not be hard for them. If you tell them I'm an umbrella man, I mean, if you don't tell them you're an umbrella man and get to that, then I don't know this person. Sometimes most persons don't know you.
Yeah,
not everybody in your constituency.
Everybody knows me.
In your constituency too.
Everybody knows me. There's nobody that don't know Sikmi Linus in constituency 2 Silga, both in the Puma clan and in the Tarakil clan, both in Ward 1 and Ward 2. There's nobody.
That is a very, very bold declaration.
Yes, there's nobody that doesn't know Sikmi Linus.
We fact check around here.
Yes, please fast check me. Go and fact check.
In all of the Southern Ijaw
constituency 2, go and ask anyone that is of voting age,
as
18 years and
above. Bolo boys. Do you think everybody in
everybody knows Obolo in constituency 2?
Have you done a research?
Even yes, of course. I live with the people. I am a grassroots man.
You might be popular, very popular, yeah, but to say everybody knows
how can you not know your representative? Because except the person who is not even going to school, or the person that has not participated in, because there's no way you will not see campaign posters and the rest in the constituency at least one time or the other for 4 tenures. No, nah. Definitely everyone that is of 18 years of age, they know him. They know me as well. As someone that has learned the ropes, I've not only learned the ropes in the state assembly, I've also learned the ropes in the national assembly through Piri Oseki. Because I've worked with him, I've learned the ropes. That's why I am going to tell you about motions, tell about bills, oversight function, lobbying, and just because I've learned the ropes, I'm competent to be able to express what I have learned. So, and even a child that you said to the leader of tomorrow, if you don't give them the platform to express what they have learned, at least there should be a test now. Even in school, they give a test to a child that have learned one or two to show whether he has learned. So give me the test of the state assembly by voting me into power, and I'll be able to show to the world, show to the constituency, represent Bayelsans very well, that they will get the right representation.
You're a youth. There is a number of things that you many would think you lack. You know, to run election successfully in Nigeria, you need money, a lot of money, and you may not favorably compete with some of those who are running in terms of money. And we know that politics is that is money dominated. You have to do mobilization, however you want to put it. That's one. Also authority, those who are elders seem to be much more respected, and so when they say someone who is old enough to be your father is telling you to do this and you're saying otherwise, it feels as though you're supposed to just close your mouth and do what your father is. That's subservient thing would often do around here. What makes you think that in Southern Ijaw constituency, to whatever party you choose to run, you will be voted for over these persons who are way older than you are? From your explanation, you are not even close to, you're not up to 40.
No, I'm 30 years of age.
No, I'm shocked, but that's it's really kudos and commendable you're doing this.
And I expect every Bayelsan to be like me, every Bayelsa youth.
It's absolutely commendable. This is
because if we have all of us like this, nobody will play with this.
Yeah. How do you think you're going to beat this problem we have? The money problem, my leader, this one, my leader, this leader, senior, this leader, that kind of thing. How are you going to beat all of those?
Okay, I think first off, I would love to say that the area of money is not. Money is not just the paper you see. Money is the value that you have. That's why we have what we call investors. That's why we have called investment. And investment per se is that you see that this table here can yield you something, then it will attract investors to bring in money. The value you present out there, you may have all the monies out there to run for an election and maybe 300 million, 400 million to run an election. But another person just have value. And that value can attract even the money plus influence. Because money is not influence.
So you think that you have enough persons investing in your ambition?
I have all my constituents investing in my ambition.
Financially investing in your ambition?
Financially and otherwise. Because it is this time that people will see that somebody will use his hard-earned 500 naira and pay to his polling unit and vote for CP Linus and the party that.
But if you have people, especially big men, who are investing in your ambition, do you not think they would want to collect when you get back in office?
Don't you think that if they want to collect when I get back, when I get to the office, if they want to get proceeds of the
your constituency project,
let me maybe they want to take from my allowances because my constituency project fund is for my constituency now.
But somehow you have control of it.
That would be thievery. You are stealing from the constituents, and that's not what I am coming in for. You are not going there to steal money to give to your sponsor.
So if you're telling them this, you don't think they'll pull back?
There are several ways to convince an investor. Like I mentioned, I have link with international non-governmental bodies. When they are coming to donate, it's not companies that work these works. These are people that will be donating to my aspiration. Don't they have companies to work these works? And it is legal to have profits from the project that you'll be running.
Clearly.
Then
what you've mentioned is, if there's a contract and there is a bidding for the contract, you would rather favor those who supported you?
I would favor those who voted for me. Because even the people that has voted for you have more higher stake than people that have invested. But these people that have invested in this because they see the future. Because it's a give and take. It's a mutual benefit. Yes, if there's let's for instance.
Let me pose this question. It's a poser. You have a question. You have a contract to give out for a particular project, and there are those who supported you, even financially supported you, gave financial resources for you to be there, and then there are other persons who did not quite support you. They must have voted for you in some way, but then they did not quite give you any of the resources. Do you think it's morally justifiable that you would now give the contract to somebody that did not even support you financially, over somebody who supported you and spent a lot of money?
Contracts are done through bidding. So if there is a bidding done and whoever merits it will take it. for instance, if because you supported me financially and in votes, and I made it there, and you have a company and you bidded for that thing and you merited it to get it, why wouldn't I give you? Why would it be called favoritism? What is wrong in supporting who supported you? It's not. There's nothing wrong there, because he or she has merited that contract to begin with.
In some way, you don't even think of. Let me just.
It's for merits. It's not by. It's not by. Okay, this contract must be for you because you supported me. No, there's nothing like that. It's through merit. You have to merit it, bid for it. Then the area of talking about age, leave it for the older people. And then when will it be the turn of the young people to come in and also express what they have learned over the years? That is by the way. And let me also inform you. Of course, you know that there's an adage that says the child that washes his hands well, he can eat with elders. And also the Bible says that. A man that is diligent in his ways, he stands before kings and queens and not before many men. So whether you are young or old, it's not about age. It's about what you can deliver, the value you can bring to the people, representation that you can bring to the people. That matters. It's not about the age. The age factor does not come into play, except for people that may want to be sentimental about age factor, and those persons. Actually, I would say I feel sorry for them, because they are supposed to look at value, what you can bring to the table.
Okay, let's talk some more about how you intend to convince people to vote for you and your party. Your party you've not quite revealed to the people as of this moment, over a party that has gained popularity, a party that the current representative is from that party, and the governor is from that party. He's not running,
The governor is also running in my constituency.
No, he's not. You had mentioned that the governor.
I'm the governor's candidate.
You are. That's a bold statement. You made a lot of bold and categorical statements here today.
Because the people,
the governor come out and say he's my candidate.
The people's candidate is the governor's candidate. The governor cannot go against the people.
And you're not a member of the APC.
I am the people's. But the
governor will tell you that the APC candidate is my candidate to support. Why do you do anti-party?
Why I say that?
Oh, you're suggesting.
Not suggesting. I am saying it in fact. In fact, that I am the governor's candidate, not because he will go and do anti-party, but because he will allow the people to express themselves. This is democracy. The governor is someone that encourages democracy and values for the people. So if he encourages democracy, I see myself as governor's candidate. Not necessarily coming to give me money to go and run the election, or to instruct people that this is the person I want you to vote for. That's why I say I am the governor's candidate, because the governor is for the people and by the people and is of the people. So if the people say Lion Sikpe is our candidate, the governor has no other choice than to say.
In that case, your opponent could still advance the same arguments. I'm the governor's candidate. I mean, you all just keep on using governors.
Then the people will not decide.
And whoever the people decide to choose.
Of course, I am confident that
that's really the governor's candidate.
Yeah, people will go for me.
That's like just using the governor's name at the end of the day, because
he's our people.
Tell you, hey, I did not quite support
the governor is our leader. He's the leader of the state. He's the leader of all political parties.
He has an opinion.
Apart from
you heard from him, like you are the one he's supporting.
He has mentioned that he's opening a fair contest. That's why he even mentioned that we have opposition in the state.
We have to tell you that I am supporting you.
He has not said that to any other person.
Good.
He hasn't said that to any other person.
The governor has not endorsed anybody.
He hasn't endorsed, but I am saying that by way of allowing democracy to take effect,
you are more likely to be supported by the governor.
Not supported, because it is the people. He has no choice against the people. The governor is not against the people. He's for the people. So if the people say, Lion Sikpe, you are our candidate, the governor has no option than to allow democratic actions to take place, exercise to take place, and for the people to enjoy the dividends of democracy to them, the benefits that will come through quality legislative representation. That is what I'm saying, that the governor is endorsing me, how do I say it, indirectly, by allowing democracy to take its effects.
Wow.
So you were talking about how would I get votes from against the ruling party. Yeah. I think this response I've already answered it in a way, because if the people are for you, I have been in opposition before. APC was opposition party until the government came in to the party. We were only at this thing. Consistently, we have been running elections and making moves. The results are there. Our results are out there. We are in touch with the people. they're in touch with the electorates that votes. So that's why I say even the money factor is not as important as the people. It's the people first. By the time the people say this is who we want, the people will. I think there's also an adage that says if someone cooks for the community, they can finish it. But if the people cook for the person, for an individual, if the community cooks for one person, he cannot finish it. So if the people now say, okay, this is the person, which they will do, this is the person we are going for. And even if it is 100 naira, they say they bring out, and they don't even need to give them money. They just need to come out and cast their votes and protect it to the end. That is just the essence of a political exercise.
We've talked about healthcare. That's like a priority area.
Because I'm a health professional, and health is wealth.
Absolutely.
And wealth is the welfare.
Typically, health is very, very integral.
But every other areas are.
There are other areas, of course. The economy of your people, Southern Niger. What do you reckon is something you have as a comparative advantage over others, and how do you intend to push it? Is it sugar cane? They would often say that Southern Niger has sugar cane. Is that sugar cane? I'm not getting that correctly. Anyway, I don't know. But in Southern Niger constituency too, what do you think as per plant? That you have this comparative advantage, and how are you looking to perhaps do small-scale industrialization? I mean, you are not a governor; it's not an executive position, but I mean, by virtue of your position as assembly member, there are a number of things you could influence, and a number of bills, motions you could sponsor to help the executive do all of these things.
Thank you for already seeing as the assembly member representing the good people of Southern constituency too. I am by God's grace. You can use by God's grace. We are talking about economic stability in a constituency. And economic stability, trade, agriculture, they work together. And I have very beautiful bills that will be statewide bills that will institute, because for now it's somewhat they are already doing the governor is already doing it from various skills and other areas that they are in. But I am coming in to legislate on this issue, on the matter, especially for women and the youth, to ensure that they have support from the government. I believe you've watched Lions Den and the Pentagon, that people come with their business ideas, present their business ideas, and you see that, okay, this one can go, this one can fly, and they will now pick it for sponsorship. Investors pick it for sponsorship. I aim to bring in a legislator in law that will give our youths what to do, and the influence will be from the government, so that everybody will not be focusing just on being a politician. Well, being a politician is good, but let us also have skills. From my own end, I'm looking at influence, because in the Southern Niger constituency we do not have any technical school that teaches our people skills. I will definitely, in my first 4 years, influence an institution that will be teaching our people skills, whether it is shoemaking, hairdressing, and these people, they are the basic crux of every economy, the petty traders. So as a person, I've looked at all these areas and carefully written a very beautiful bill that will fly and become a law, that our people will have the access to funding, because most times if you ask the youths, even someone that is in secondary school, they have all the mindset, all the ideas. Even yourself, you have very beautiful ideas, but the basic issue is capital, and capital does not just come from the air. It comes from investors, it comes from government, and maybe private support, or from your family, or maybe you save to establish such. So in my own view, I've looked at, apart from establishing this thing, immediately you graduate from there should be a sustainability plan that the executive and through the local government, because we already have what we call the rural development agencies, the areas are RDA, rural development areas. I think their job is to ensure that we engage these offices. We engage these offices to ensure that, and the councillors and local government, to ensure that there is what we call, don't worry, let me not reveal it, so that my opponents will not go and pick it from. But we have lofty ideas to ensure that every Bayelsa youth, not just in constituency 2, every Bayelsa youth have access to the proper funding of whatever they want to go into. And even if they have already gone, like in this place, definitely as a worker here, you already know what is needed extra to bring in, expand your business, because business expansion is another thing where we can support as a government. So as a legislator, I have the expertise, the competence to lobby for grants, for loans, soft loans, and how many, if I ask my people, I don't even know how many persons have been benefited from the Bank of Industry or Bank of Agriculture in my terrain. I cannot even, because I don't know any, but I know plenty of people. But I don't know any because the people have not had access to these areas.
Okay, well, let's pack it up at this point now. Let's have you share your final note to your constituents on your capacity and the promise of effective representation. How you intend to do all of this? I mean, in a final note.
Okay, my final note is to the Southern Naija constituency to elect the people that will vote for me. Do not look at APC, PDP, NDC, SDP, and whatever party they represent. Look at the candidates that can bring value to you. You are not able to support your child that is in school with as little as maybe 50,000 naira for school fees. Now school fees are being paid. You will not be able to do that because there are no support systems. I am coming in to bring in that support system, and the key to bring in the support system for your child to go to school, for you to go to your farm and ensure that your farm brings in productive results. And the key that will bring in development, the requisite development in infrastructure, so that you can have access to clean and potable water for drinking. And the key that will bring in that needed development, so that our children going to the primary school, the public secondaries and primary schools, will have a comfortable place of learning, that the teachers and the students will match up. I am the key to that. I'm also the key that the health care centers will be working. I'm also the key that referral center will be highly valued and work to become a CMON facility. CMON means you can have even surgical operations there, and secondary and even tertiary healthcare expertise or healthcare practice can be taking place in that area. That is a CMON facility. That and the sustainability for the future. And as a young person, I have the advantage of being in touch with you, coming down to your place to meet with you. What do you need? Individual, I will go to people individually. To get felt need. What do you think we can do for you as an individual? What do you think we can do for you as a compound? What do you think we can do for, as a community, as a ward, as a clan? What do you think you need most? I am the person that can do that can bring that dividend of democracy to the people, in specific areas, in agriculture, in health. In infrastructure, in the economic boosting, a robust economy and sustainable. Let us have a constituency that will be self-reliant in economy and the rest, so that there will be money in the pocket of the youth, so that we will also avoid vices, drug abuse, and all these other things. You cannot always blame someone with drug abuse and the rest when you are not providing him with even anything to do. We engage them, and also the mental resetting. We have to reset our people mentally. That when you engage in this way, this is where you will end up. When you engage in a productive enterprise like this is where you end up. They need to see
Live TV. My name is A.B. Apa, and of course we'll start from the home front, to start from the continent where the WAFCON is heating up, and we all know that for the Super Falcons, they got their first win against Zambia in an emphatic fashion, because I didn't expect that after scoring first and going a player down. I thought it would be very difficult for them, but then they got their first win against Zambia, now on 3 points. Their last match is against Egypt. If they can defeat Egypt by 3 goals difference or so, then definitely they will get to the quarterfinals. But let's leave that and let's talk about, still on WAFCON. We're not leaving WAFCON, but let's talk about matches that were played yesterday. Yesterday we saw Ghana losing to Cameroon by 1-0. And the other match we saw Mali defeating Cabo Verde, or Cape Verde, whichever one you want to call them, by 3-2 there. Very exciting one. But for Cape Verde, they can kiss the tournament goodbye because so far they don't have any points. And for Cameroon, they've advanced to the next round. But talking about matches I would see today in the WAFCON, today we will see Morocco take on Senegal, and we'll see Algeria take on Kenya. And for Morocco, they've already qualified. They're on 6 points, leading that group. For Algeria, they're on 3 points. So we also have Senegal on 3 points. So let's see how things pan out in that group. But let's leave that and let's talk about the Commonwealth Games, where it has ended in Scotland. And for Team Nigeria, very disappointing, very disappointing, I must say. Last outing they had 12 gold medals, but this time around just 10 gold medals. I'm not impressed, I would say that. And they finished lowly 7th or so. You have the likes of India ahead of them. Yes, so very disappointing. Shows that sports recently in the country has not really been going very well. Super Eagles failed to qualify for the World Cup. Seen so many things, even in the continent, you see teams struggling. A whole lot has not been going very well. I hope that they would learn from this one and do something about it. Do they know what to do? I always say that they know what to do, but they're not just ready to do the right thing. But let's leave that and talk about controversies. You guys know I love controversy. I live because of controversy, whichever way you want to put it. But I love it, and it's happening in FIFA. And for Gianni Infantino, Omo, leave Omo, because then they don't set fire for when he say he no like at all. But he started it because he mentioned that he wants to sell a 20% stake in FIFA or football or so to private investors, and most people felt like no, it's not right. He promised that if 20% can be sold, then there would be more money for all the federations. And most people frowned at it. The likes of UEFA and other federations, they frowned at it, and he had to come out a few days ago to say that no, it will not be happening again. But it hasn't ended because they expect him to resign. That if he doesn't resign, and there will be a vote of confidence on him. That means they don't have confidence on him again. They would vote and he would be out. What a way to end things. Gianni Infantino, I don't know, I feel like at a point he felt like a dictator. Yes, he felt like a dictator, like there's nothing happening, he's in charge. But even his best pals, the ones advising him, most of them have already left him already. So who knows, we might just see the end of Gianni Infantino. But the question is, who would be the next FIFA president if Gianni Infantino finally resigns or is been made to leave office? But before we go, let's talk transfers. And for Chelsea, it's now official that they've signed Valentin Bako from Strasbourg. Yeah, it's official now. Even before the World Cup, it has already been there that he would move to Chelsea. Strasbourg being owned by Chelsea, but a good one for Chelsea, getting a midfielder. But then, is he a very good player? You always ask me. He's a very young player. No pressure on him. Allow him to do his thing. Give him time. I'd always say that Chelsea fans don't expect that you signed him and you expect him to start playing like the likes of Rodri or so. No. It doesn't happen like that overnight. Or maybe you expect prolific midfielders like Declan Rice. No, it doesn't happen overnight like that. He might come in and start hit the ground running immediately, but lower your expectations. And if eventually he is able to do it, then come on, it's a plus. But for Arsenal and Bruno Guimaraes, Newcastle came out to deny that a deal has not been agreed yet. But I think that just them coming out to say a deal has not been agreed, because I feel like there's still some underground talk still going on. So that deal is just a matter of time. He would move to Arsenal. So Arsenal fans, please don't be scared. Bruno Guimaraes, I believe that he would move to Arsenal. But for Manchester United and Liverpool fans, nothing concrete yet. But in case anything comes up, don't worry, I will be the first to give it to you. That's all we have for you guys today. We'll call it a wrap. But please do well to like, share, and subscribe. And please, in case you want to promote your brand, our doors are always open for business. My name remains AB Apa. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Hello there. Welcome to Chat with Naija Live TV. My name is Babi Umparu and I'm joined by... Yeah. So, quickly, today we will be... You know how it is on Naija Live TV when it's time for the chat. We have interesting persons, interesting personalities as guests who will be sharing their views on whichever topic of discourse. So today, our guest is an entertainer. Yeah, he is a music artist. And we will be discussing talent or hard work, which actually defines success. Because, I mean, when you talk about entertainment, sports, business, leadership, most persons believe that hard work thrives more than talent. You just need to keep working hard and you would be successful. But whatever it is, it's a very controversial discourse. People with their different views. Ayo has his own views, but Ayo will be questioning our guest. So, but we're going to listen to our guest. So let me quickly let you know who our guest is. Our guest today is Emi Omologo. He is an entertainer and creative personality known for his contributions to the entertainment and social media space. Through his work and public engagements, he has continued to build a presence within the creative industry while connecting with audiences through humor, performance, and relatable content. Today, he joins us to discuss talent or hard work, what truly defines success. Emi Omologo, you're welcome to Chat with Naija Live TV.
Thank you.
How are you doing?
I'm good.
You look good, by the way. I mean, I love the outfit.
The swag. Thank you.
Drip, drip, drip. So the hat, it's the Yoruba style, yeah?
Yeah, I was like, let me just put it on.
Okay, because of your name. Do you usually embody the Yoruba vibe more than...
Yes, well, most times, like, I can speak Yoruba at least 40%. I stayed in Lagos, so sometimes I will have to be responsible. You know, they look at it like you must have a dread, you must have
earrings, piercings, tattoos. Yeah,
I do drip, but sometimes I'll just be like, let me just put on native agbada. Let me just look different. You know, not every time though, but sometimes. Yeah.
This looks good. This looks good. So, like, both parents are Bayelsans?
Yep.
Oh, what part of Bayelsa?
Southern Ijo and Southern Ijo and the Kirimo local government. Yeah.
So you can speak Ijo?
Perfectly.
Oh, that's nice. Well, it's good to know that. You know, when he said he does a 40% Yoruba, I was thinking, oh, you just know how to speak Yoruba. But it's good to know that.
As an artist, you need to learn a lot of
languages, right? Because your audience.
Can you speak Igbo?
You leave me alone now. Ayo.
I can also speak Igbo, like 20%.
Really?
Yeah. Igbo.
Can you speak Igbo?
Ayo, what is it? What is it? No. Can you speak French?
Of course.
Can you speak Chinese?
Of course, anything.
Okay, so let's talk about your name. What inspired the name in your logo? What's your actual name?
My name is Emi. Like in Ijo, it means I'm fine. Somebody asks you like Debra.
Okay, Emi.
So in Yoruba, I found out like Emi means me.
Like our president Tinubu, Emilio.
So I was like, Emi Omologo, and a lot of people started calling me Omologo because I don't struggle. Like when I was growing up as a kid, I and my friends can just be walking like we just get favored. And even like Omologo, when I was in Lagos, several stuffs have happened like that.
Well,
so I was like, okay, Emi Omologo, that means I'm a glorious child. I started answering the name before I started music, and it went so well for me. So I was like, okay, since I don't need a stage name again, there's already years.
This one is good enough.
Pick it up, yeah.
Oh wow, quite interesting. So let's hear your journey. When did you start singing?
Okay, actually, I have ever been singing like from birth, you know. From 10, 11, I started playing drums, keyboards in the church.
Oh.
Yeah, I was a chorus star and all of that. So music has actually been my journey, you know. And I was also a gospel artist, you know. So now I still have gospel music. Also, then with time, I started, you know, I had to know my stand as a musician. I had to understand, okay, this is where I'm supposed to be and all of that. So, yeah.
Oh, interesting. So, how did the family look at you when you got into music? Like, the music, according to you, knowing your style, you were going away from the gospelish kind?
Okay, it was a bit you know, like it was a bit studious for me though, but the luck I had was that when I started, I didn't even spend like 3 months before I came out. Like, boom, my songs moved even more faster than me, you know. Whoa. And my name is a very powerful name, you know.
Yeah, so, quite an interesting one.
So a lot of people like got interest in me and all of that. So even my mom sometimes she'll be passing on the road, she'll be like, people will be singing my songs for her. She'll be like, wow, my pikin.
My pikin.
So when like there was a time I came to my street, like a lot of people were just all over me. So my mom was passing. So someone was like, now your pikin then gather like that, because I hardly go to my streets, you know now. So when my mom was like, wow, really? So she sees all those stuffs, like she gets favored in the street because of me and all of that. So
at
she's
that
happy.
Point,
so
she encourages your
this
whole
boy,
dream.
he knows what he's doing, so I should support him and all of that. So yeah, shout out to my mom. She has been very supportive.
Momsi.
Yeah.
Momsi, do no. So yeah, it's interesting to hear all of this. Now let's go to the topic.
Okay.
We're discussing talent or hard work, which actually defines success in this industry that you are in the music industry. Would you say talent over hard work, or hard work over talent? What is your stance?
Okay. I would say talent is a genetic gift. You know, talent it's a very, very necessary tool as an artist. If you are born with it, it's fine. If you aren't, you need to learn it. Like, you need to be perfect. You know. Then hard work is the consistency. Hard work is your push. You know, without you being hardworking, you won't go far. That's the truth. Although there's luck, you know, there's some people, their first video, you know, boom, and but you still need that hard work to be consistent.
You need to show up, so that even if somebody wants to pick you, luckily, they know that, oh, there's something to check. We can check your page and see that you've been pushing this thing before we met.
So, like, at least as an artist, having about 10 songs, you need to have more than 1,000 videos, you know, because at least each song, you need to have at least 50 videos, if not more than. Post yourself, let people know you are, this is what I'm doing, you know. I know it's not easy, but you need it. The video doesn't have to come out bright. All you have to do is you are passing a message.
And
your music is not supposed to be in your parlor. It's supposed to, everybody needs to hear it. So every day you need to make sure you have new audience, you know, and all of that.
Okay, let's hear about your experiences. I mean, performing on stage. Let's know about your journey, states that you've performed, how the performance went. You know, let's hear all that gist.
Okay. Actually, the first time I performed, I was nervous too, because the organizer, the MC rather, didn't tell me they are calling me now. So I was just sitting down. In fact, I was even eating, because I performed in a wedding. Funny enough, my first event I performed in my life.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, as an artist, was at the wedding. So I was eating. Then they called me. I was like, wow. So I got to the wedding. I performed. You know, and you know, performing in a wedding is even performing in a youth event.
So where everybody's giving off that vibe.
It was like, but I performed. Mamas, papas were happy. I was like, wow, I killed it. So later that night, I also went to another event, and it was also a different vibe and all of that. As an artist, you need to own the stage. You need to perfect the stage. You need to let people know you're in charge. I cannot be performing here and probably you are passing, you won't know it's on my logo. There's some people that will wait till I perform before they leave, because I make sure if I'm performing, I own the stage.
The crowd
I make sure. And I observe. I'm very observant. I do look if people are vibing, you know. So with time, I started improving. But now I know I can perform like for about 30 to 1 hour without even shaking, because I've known my balance and all of that. And so as an artist, you don't need to relent. You need to be strong. You need to be physically fit to perform. Yeah, so I've performed in over 10 states in Nigeria.
Whoa.
Yeah, so I understand like different platform, different experience.